Welcome in everyone to the final session of Canto 10. The mirror shattered, the shards scattered, the walking dead bought a little more time. Through the suffering, lives have been inexorably changed. Yet perhaps, even if the great flow inevitably rushes towards the same point, it is the rocks we cling to along the way to slow down our move down the river of fate that forms something that someone might just call meaning to it all. Merru must grapple now with what's left and what pieces he can pick up. It is time to confront his contract. It is time to take responsibility, and it is time to return home. Managers, you can all heal to full, and Merru, you can remove the debuff that you had. A shard of oneself. You also all begin with affinity, so you can go ahead and add an additional sin point. And so, I should ask managers, how does it feel returning home with Merru and the Golden Bough both recovered? And would you like to begin, Miix?
It's a great question. Hello everybody, I am Miix and I play Manager Miix. How does Miix feel? I think she feels, she's definitely relieved. I think maybe it's more than that though. It's hard to describe in words. I think she's just glad to be done with it all. Especially for how long they were there. That felt, to her, now that they're back, it felt like they were there for weeks, months even. They weren't, but that's how it feels, right? So now that they're finally back home, I think just a lot of the tension and fatigue is allowed to release from her body. I think her shoulders slump a little as she takes a deep breath. It's finally done. It's finally done.
It is. It is at last. And, Merru, how are you feeling being back home?
Yes. Well, hello everyone. I'm Merru Online, and I'm so happy to be able to say once again that I play our control team department head, Merru. But as for how he's feeling, I think Merru's definitely feeling a lot of things right now. I think on the way back to the facility, he had a lot of time to himself to really think about everything and to catch up on his rest, which he definitely did. But now that they're arriving back home, I think Merru's still trying to sift through his thoughts and on what he's going to do now. And it kind of feels like he's never going to have enough time to truly figure everything out, but he's okay. There's still a lingering guilt over just how everything went down. A wish that he could have seen Jackson longer, even though it was probably for the best that they didn't. And there is still this gnawing pit in his stomach, you could say, that has yet to go away. Ever since they came back from District 23 back then, that hasn't gone away still. But he does admittedly feel relief for seeing the facility again. And he does know that he has a lot that he needs to get done now. He has a number of things that he needs to settle and figure out in his head before he can truly move on. So that's how he's doing.
Absolutely. And Merru, I am sure you have a chance to sort some of those things out. But next we move to you, Prior, and how you're holding up.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Prior. I am your training team manager, and God, this is like no feeling Prior can describe. To be here back home after everything that he saw in those fathoms, everything that he had to witness, what he learned about Merru, what he learned about what he had missed, the choices that were so close to being made. It is hard to put it all behind him, but behind him it is, and behind him it must go. The truth is they must keep moving forward at this point. The only way to go. So Prior pushes down the edges of his Wa gear and grits his teeth as best he can. He is relieved that Merru is okay, and right now, that is the only thing that really matters to him. That their friend is still around. And hey, one more golden bough for the facility. That's nothing to complain about.
Absolutely. You are sure that Ange will be pleased to have the golden bough recovered. And with that, we go to you, Kai, and how you're feeling being back home and with Merru returned.
Hello everyone, I'm Kai Calypso, playing Manager Kai, who is feeling conflicted, I suppose, about how everything went with Merru. Before everything, when the two had talked in the RV, he really thought that they were moving forward or making some kind of progress, but it turned out Merru was just saying his goodbyes. Someone who had been there for Kai at his worst and had actually been a listening ear rather than a distraction. For him to miss something so big, I suppose he just hopes Merru still trusts him. At the very least, while there was quite a struggle to get it, they actually did retrieve the golden bough, so it wasn't all for naught, Kai supposes. The grief of watching versions of his friend and a child he largely watched grow up in his world pass away had been shoved to the same dark corner as the rest of his skeletons. It is up to the discretion of the others how he will move forward with what has happened.
Absolutely, Kai. And we'll see how you do move forward. But as you all enter into the facility, you see Kit, and then you see the storm of agents and clerks as they all begin to rush in, as they always do.
We return successful again. Another win for the facility. It's good to see you all. We've all made it back in one piece.
Kit nods their head and says, welcome back, and just kind of ignores you prior to go straight to Merru. As Kit says, Merru, are you all right?
I think Merru's a little not taken aback. I mean, he knows how Kit is, but I do think he blinks a few times and then he nods and he goes, yeah, no, I'm all right.
Good.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little better, I think.
That's good. Kit nods their head, and says, well, it sounds like it must have been a successful mission then. And Miix, are you still the one in possession of the Golden Bough at the moment?
Yes.
Wonderful. Kit will turn to you and say, Miss Ange will be expecting that, I imagine. So whenever one of you has a chance, make sure to deliver it down to Miss Ange's quarters. And
Prior smiles. Yeah, Prior doesn't really smile, rather. He says, like, the edge of his lips sort of tick up a little bit, and he goes, oh, Kit, here you are calling it something other than the basement. Don't tell me Miss Ange is growing on you, too.
Absolutely not. I just figured that's the best way to refer to it, as basement sounds rather unprofessional of a term.
Well, I suppose I'll take a small win. We're all growing and changing a little bit, and you were right, Kit. I know that doesn't mean much coming from me, but...
It does raise an eyebrow at that!
I know, you're not gonna get this out of me often, but after going and talking, seeing more of Merru, I've come to understand that you are more trustworthy than I perhaps initially supposed you were. And perhaps I have treated you as a hostile instead of a potential ally. I don't think that we ever will be allies, what with our history, but at the very least, I'm glad to not have you as an enemy. That requires some amount of humility from me, I think, to maintain that status quo.
It looks you up and down, Prior. You see a little twitch of the Twilight gift, and Kit simply says, well, I didn't need to hear that from you, but I suppose given we are both agents in this facility, and you are one of our department heads, we should regard each other as allies.
Agreed. Also really glad you never joined the Index.
I never had any intentions of doing so, nor desire to. So I'm not
thank
quite...
every single god of the city that's the case. And Briar just turns away from Kit, offering no further explanation or understanding, and like begins speaking to his clerks.
Kit kind of like looks at that and then sort of shrugs and turns back to Merru and says, I am just glad to see that you seem relatively unharmed. And Kit's sort of looking over you, Merru, to see if there's any visible scarring or injuries or anything else.
Yeah, no, Merru will he'll kind of put like a hand kind of up in front of him, and he'll go, I'm not hurt. I'm okay. I'll debrief you a little more on what happened later. But I think it was a needed trip. So if you insist, I can always go down to the med bay and get checked out. But I'm okay.
I'd recommend following the proper procedure, but I am just glad to see you back. And I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome back, Department Head.
Oh, I get that title back now?
I assumed you were taking it back.
Yeah, no, I think I can resume. I can resume my status. I think I'm good to do that now. Thank you for, stepping up as always.
Kit just gives you a nod and a knowing smile, and from above, you see the little drone whir and beep as it begins to flip around, and a bunch of the clerks all at once point a single index finger at it and go, "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit."
Oh, holy shit. Prior, doesn't see the trick at first until everyone starts doing it. Prior looks up at the flipping drone and just feels this sense of relief wash over him as he turns back to the clerks and goes, "All right, everyone, single file. We have more construction to do. Let's get back to renovating the east part of the training department. We're going to need to reinforce the walls and carve out some more space there. We are going to need to start putting in those backup Enkafellan tanks so we can store the excess production for the future."
And you can hear the clerks all going, "Sir, yes, sir," as they follow after you, Prior, in an orderly line. Allison aided among them. And managers, the rest of you are left here with Yuna, Kate, Foreign, and Kit, if any of you have anything to say to them or to each other.
I think Miix will actually walk over to Kit. Hey, Kit.
Yes,
Here.
Department Head Miix.
Just call me Miix here. And Miix will hand over the golden bough.
Kit secures the golden bough and says, "Would you like me to bring this to Miss Ange or simply hold it for the time being?"
Miix will look over at where Merru is and then looks back at Kit. I think... Hold on to it for Merru.
Understood.
I think they need to talk. So...
I do not disagree. I will keep it safe for the time being, and Merru, you know where to find me, and Kit will go to leave unless any of you stop them.
No, Kit's free to go unless someone else has something to say about it.
Yeah, no, Kit can go off.
Wonderful. Kit does give you a wave, Kai, as they leave.
Kai waves back.
And the rest of you see Foreign and Yuna are still kind of shuffling around, and Kate is just waving with a smile on their face. And Yuna just says, "Welcome back, managers. I'm very, very relieved to see all of you again."
Well, you weren't gone for too long, which is good. Didn't get too held up by anything. So seems like everything here was all good.
Yeah, we had things under control. Team captains Kit and Chris, while they don't always get along, are pretty good about keeping things in order. So, yeah, nothing of note I can think of. You seem to be doing a bit better. And you can see Yuna's looking at you, Merru. Concern clear in his expression.
Yeah, no, I'm like I told Kit, the trip was something that I needed, and I'm just gonna continue figuring things out. So
That's good. In that case, boss, and we'll move over to you, Miix, and say, there's a lot we need to update you on, so should we head to the info team? And Kate just kind of leans over Yuna and says, they missed you!
Miix just chuckles, and she'll wait for Pascal to follow and say, yeah, alright, let's get back to the department so we can all... And she just kind of like rubs her eyes and says, so I can at least sit down for once and get some rest.
Right, of course, boss. And I imagine you'll lead your agents out, Miix, unless there's anything else you have to say.
Yeah, she waves for the other three to follow her.
Absolutely. Pascal makes a little beep and follows you out, and Kate skips out. Thorin kind of walks out a bit nervously, and Yuna gives you both a wave, Merru and Kai, before you two are the only ones left in the control team.
Yeah, Merru he'll give Yuna a little nod, and then he'll take a breath and just look at Kai and be like, well, you're free to go back to your department. I have somewhere I need to go, I think. And as this whole thing has been going on, Merru has been thinking that there is a certain contractor that I think he does need to talk to. And I would imagine that when he says what he just said and looks at Kai, that Kai probably, from knowing Meru's whole thing, understands where he's probably going to be going next.
Kai looks at Merru when he says that, and though I do believe there is a flash of slight concern in his eyes, there isn't a whole lot of damage that can be done here that wasn't already out there, and in spite of just how much danger the other man had put himself into just earlier, he does take Meru's word for it, and believe the fact that he's not going to put himself into any more danger here. Kai will make his way out of the department and wave a goodbye to Merru, saying something along the lines of, well, best of luck with whatever you have to do. I hope to see you around sometime soon. I'm glad if you are feeling a bit better.
Yeah, no, we will talk soon, Kai. I'll come say hi. And Merru will, when he says that, like, he has his mask over his mouth, but like with how his expression, you could imagine that he was giving you a little bit of a smile.
Kai will smile back in a way that, though it is not full-fledged, it does meet his eyes as he heads out.
And Merru, you are left alone. I should ask,
Yes.
before you go to meet with your contractor, would you like to try to put Justicia back on your face?
Yes.
You
He would like to do that.
are going to do so. And before you do, I should ask, do you still feel you are guilty, Merru?
You know, I don't think that he does. I think Merru has grown a bit more of a nuanced understanding of everything that's happened. And I don't think there's that worry that everything was his fault anymore.
In that case, Merru, you are able to place Justicia back on your face.
Yay.
As the blindfold attaches there, sticking to your skin.
Yeah, it feels strange yet familiar at the same time because he was so used to wearing it on his face. But had just started to get used to what it felt like to not have that always on him for most of the day. But he's happy that it finally is staying onto his face and not falling off. And I think he supposes that because of that he must be moving in some sort of a correct direction now with his plans for what he's going to do next.
Absolutely. And where would you like to go, Merru?
Yeah, where would Merru like to go? So obviously he's going to want to see Desperation. I think there is part of him that considers waiting, that considers maybe going and visiting someone else, like Reddy or something like that. But I think he doesn't want to deal with all of that right now. I think he knows really there's no more running away, no more avoiding things. I think he's just gonna go.
Absolutely. You know where the unit is. You've been many times at this point. And as you enter in, you see Desperation there, as always. You've returned once more. The abnormality greets you when you enter.
And Merru is quiet when he walks into the room, but when the door shuts behind him and he hears Freyshitz's voice, he will take a breath and then look up at the abnormality, give him a nod, and just say, Freischütz?
The abnormality is silent, Merru.
I just thought we should talk. That's all.
It finally speaks. This comes as no surprise. It used to be quite difficult to keep you out of my unit.
And there's a bit of a it's a chuckle in the way that it's not like he doesn't find it funny, but it's more like of course Freischütz would talk like that. And he stares at the abnormality for a few long moments. And then he'll sigh, because he already knows the answer to this. But he'll just say, so there's really no way out of this, is there?
You know the terms of our contract. I have spelled it out for you already. You chose to be enveloped in the dark flame. Yet you keep trying to flee. Have you not learned your lesson?
And Merru thinks about that. And then he shakes his head and he goes, no, I have.
The smoke billowing about this abnormality almost seems to billow for a moment, flickering as it says, "Oh, have you now? Tell me, what do you think you've learned?"
And it takes a lot for Merru to say this, but he forces himself to keep his voice steady when he says that I can't hide from my fate, from you, and the things you say to me.
Precisely.
Because you may not have been reading the future.
He does not answer, Merru.
And then Merru will narrow his eyes, or at least the one that, you can see. And then he says, you couldn't tell me when I'll die because you don't know.
Is that what you believe?
Yeah. I think I do. You know where the end of the path is. And you're right. It doesn't matter what I do, does it? I signed my death away to you. The final bullet will fire at me one day, and it'll kill me.
The abnormality is silent, Merru.
And as he's talking, he can feel his heart rate begin to increase. But he forces himself to continue. And he goes, and at the rate I've been going, I'd bring down everyone around me before I died. Because I was too focused on trying to keep myself alive. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And I almost did that. You were entirely right. Freyschutz, I should have listened to you more closely.
Clearly there is more you have to say than that. You have never been a man so humble.
And I think that one does actually make Merru chuckle a little bit because it's true. And he just says, you know me so well. I signed away my death. But that's all I've given away, isn't it?
The abnormality is silent, but you, Merru, you do not take any damage, but you can feel that sensation right when you're about to take black damage from this abnormality.
I mean, Merru's used to that. I think that honestly, he takes that as a sign that he's starting to hit the mark. And so I think that kind of actually boosts his confidence a little bit. And so he shakes his head again and he goes, I've been going about this all wrong. I mean, I know how it'll end, somewhat at least, dark flames, bullet suffering, but that doesn't mean it's happening right now.
Who's to say when you will fire your final bullet?
And when Freyschutz says that, it's similar to things he said before, and I think that also helps Merru remember that he's talking to an abnormality at the end of the day. And he reminds himself that there's, certain ways you need to talk to an abnormality, that they're not a person. They're always going to talk in certain ways. So he just nods and he goes, yeah, who's to say? Maybe it's tomorrow. maybe it's not. I don't know. I realized when I was staring down at this other abnormality, it's a tool that was granting me the chance to see when my life would end. I realized that if I opened it up and read to the end, then I would be solidifying that path that you had been nudging me down this whole time. You know, I would spend the rest of my life paranoid about that day, just like I've spent every day of my past. I mean, it's why I'm even stuck in this contract anyway. I didn't read it. I wanted to, though. I broke my pendant. I decided that I was gonna stop with this stupid chase against myself. I was always going to lose, and I realized that I still have things that I can control, even now. And he'll kind of square his shoulders a bit and stare up at Derfashitz and say, you have control over a lot of me. I have to wear your ego suit, wield your rifle, breathe in that smoke from your cigar. Every day. I'm stuck with you. I don't completely mind, actually.
Really now?
I mean, because that doesn't mean I have to act as if you control my whole life. You know, as long as I follow our contract, I can still live as I please. But I think I've been acting as if the only thing that mattered in my life was my death. I think you made me feel that way. Because death is all you care about. Because you lost the things that I can still feel.
And do share what your point is.
And Merru's eyes will narrow again at the abnormality. And he says, the point is, Freyschutz, that I wanted to thank you for reminding me that our contract goes both ways.
The abnormality is silent.
And Merru will step closer as he leers up at Derfashitz and he says, I might be stuck with you, but you are also stuck with me, Freyschutz. I think you gotta remember that. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know I still have today, and maybe I'll get tomorrow and the next. It shouldn't matter how much time it is, because the only thing I can care about is making sure that whenever it does happen, that I will feel satisfied with how I lived. It's not my death at all that matters, is it? I was focused on the wrong thing for so long, and I feel stupid with how obvious it is now.
The abnormality stares down at you, Merru, leering at you. So that's what you settled on.
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel, Freyschutz? I realize you're a lot easier to deal with when I just don't care what you say or do. I think like this, there's nothing you can do to me that'll really get to me.
Your confidence is
Annoying?
interesting. It is interesting. You can speak whatever way you'd like, but when the situation grows dire, will you not once again go back to the only way you know how to be?
That does make Merru pause for a second, and he thinks about that. Because he doesn't have I mean, of course he doesn't have an answer. He doesn't know how he'll be in the future, but he knows that however he answers, he needs to speak with certainty. So once he's done thinking, he will reply and say, well, not when I know that the old way won't work.
I would like to see if your words can become a reality.
They will.
And how can you be so certain?
Because if I'm anything but sure, then I will fail. So I need to learn how to think about these things with certainty. Clarity, you know? And I will learn the right way this time. And I think there's a moment of silence as Merru he makes a decision in his head that he's going to do something, and he kind of pulls a little bit at his ego jacket, and he says, to start, I want you to give me more than this.
More.
Yes, I want something more than this. I know that the only thing that's held me back from something stronger than this is the limitations of my contract. So, I want you to give me more. And I'll show you that I won't let you overtake me ever again.
How intriguing.
Well, you like to do whatever pleases you, so I should start doing the same. No. I'll be calling on you again, Freyschütz, so you better follow your end of the contract too.
It is silent for a moment before he looks down at you and says, hold out your hands.
Merru will do so.
Blows them.
He will listen and close them.
Now open. And do you open your hands, Merru?
Yes.
In them, you can see a glowing blue bullet floating above your palms. That is your final bullet. It will find its way back to you. Show me how you will follow our contract until it does so. I would like to see how you will be when pushed to the brink and with a more powerful force threatening to control you. And the bullet dissipates into black smoke.
Merru will watch that smoke disappear before closing his hands again and looking back up at the abnormality. And he says, well, I'm sure it'll be a pleasure working with you even more closely, Freyschütz.
No more hesitations. And Merru, your ego begins to mutate. The cloak from before becomes a cape. A small hat is worn atop your head. Your prosthetics flicker to match the navy of the ego gear. And you find yourself dressed in this. And I can reveal this to you, though the specifics of it you will have to learn down the line. And give me one moment. Aleph Ego. Magic Bullet Alteration. Manager. Your ego was the outcome of a stable, refined extraction. However, I have detected that it has undergone a slight mutation. It is as if Magic Bullet has reached completion on its own. Not unlike those psychomynths you described to me that the fixers Wick and Jackson both demonstrated. Let us label this phenomenon alteration for now, shall we? Merru, Magic Bullet is considered to be Aleph. You may replace skills 1, 2, free, and the defensive skill from your Magic Bullet Hay with updated combat skills. You may replace the armor with updated defenses, and you no longer suffer from the drawbacks of the Ego Gift Magic Bullet Pipe. You may restore a point of health and a point, not just a point, but a box of health and a box of sanity that had been permanently missing from your trackers.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And I believe you have a new Fuki as well.
Yes. There we go. Yeah, I think once the ego is done mutating, I think he can already feel that like stronger surge that like he already can. You can feel like the ego when you're wearing it, but I think it's like that sudden change that almost takes him aback. And briefly his eyes widen, but then there's also with that comes this almost overwhelming feeling of like that he can do anything. And I think he will take a step back from Freyschutz and he'll lower his mask briefly so he can give him a little grin. And he'll just say, "Thank you." Now, remember, Freyschutz, I don't need you. You're the one who needs me. So I'll call on you when I want your assistance. Have fun waiting for me. And he will turn around and walk away.
Absolutely. And Merru, where would you like to go now?
Yeah, so I think when Merru leaves the room and the door shuts and now he's in the hallway, I think suddenly like that wave of like overwhelming confidence kind of disappears and he instead just like now he can just feel like the weight of this like ego and his eyes widen again and he takes a minute to breathe a bit and you know what better place to go when ego stuff was a lot for him. Can he take a quick pop over in Punishing Bird?
Absolutely, you can go see your little friend.
He wants to see Birdie. He needs to calm down. He was almost about to go on a power trip right there, and I think he needs to go calm down.
Absolutely, don't pull a prior. You can go to Punishing Bird's unit. And you see the little birdie in there.
Yes.
And the small, tiny bird skips and flits around the containment unit, Merru, as you work.
Yes. I think what happens is that Merru, he tries to like stay really like calm as he's going through the hallway to the unit, and then when he gets in there, he like leans against the door after it shuts, and he just takes his mask off and just lets out a long sigh, and then he closes his eyes, opens them, and then walks over to Punishing Bird as he checks out the unit, all of that, and he just goes, It is so good to see you again, Birdie. I don't know why I didn't come visit you before I left. I guess I keep forgetting that you're still here. I keep thinking you're still back in safety. That was a lot. I can't believe I just said that to him. But it's okay. I did it. I did it. Oh my god, I did it. I think that was good.
The bird does not answer you, Merru. It never makes any sound. But as it hops about and around the unit, you watch, Merru, as the small little bird picks up a necklace hanging from the perch. And it flies over to you and slings it around your neck.
Merru was so happy. One thing about Merru that he never really brought it up to many people. Maybe like the only one who would know this is probably Kit. But like it's not something any of the other managers know because he's never really brought it up. Is that Merru always wanted this? He always wanted for Punishing Bird to give him this necklace. He heard it was possible, and it never happened before he had to come to the control team. And you know he has been missing the weight of something around his neck about the after he broke his pendant. And I think that helps a bit. And so I think when the bird silently does that, it kind of stops Merru from his like he knows Punishing Bird's not going to respond to him, but it does make Merru stop, and he just stares at the little abnormality, and he just goes, "Oh, well, thank you, Birdie. I never thought that I was gonna get that."
It doesn't make any noise, but it just sort of ruffles its feathers a bit, hops around, and Merru, as long as you're wearing this ego gift, you gain +1 dice on all firearms checks, and you gain +1 to your initiative rolls.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love this bird. Merru loves this bird. I think he will continue to spend a little bit more time giving the little bird the attention it clearly wants from people. While being careful with it, of course. He knows how to handle the bird. And I think he will stay in here for as long as it takes for him to feel like he's calmed down enough from, you know, getting the newly upgraded ego, because he didn't really want to do that with people around in case it, you know, he doesn't know, but he's trying to go about this carefully. So I think for a little while he will just spend some time in the unit before it's time to get back to work.
Absolutely. You can just spend some time in the unit with Punishing Bird. You know how to handle it. It is pleased by your presence. And once you decide you've had enough time in there, Merru, I will ask you this. Where would you like to go next? What would you like to do next?
I think after this, I think, can Merru go to the... Actually, let me ask, where is Miix right now?
Ooh, Miix, I should ask, what are you up to at the moment?
Oh, gosh, yeah, Miix is in her department right now.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think Merru will we'll go to her.
Would you like to go seek Miix out?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Miix, you said you are
Hmm.
in your department. I imagine that you've gotten a debrief from Yuna. You've gotten bugged by Kate. Foreign probably, I don't know, spilled some coffee and had another accident, like with dropping things everywhere. But once you have all your things handled, is there anything you'd like to say that you've been up to before Merru comes to find you?
Craving a cigarette. But aside from that, it's just getting everything sorted. Just making sure that everything's been running smoothly, reading over the report so she's fully updated on everything. That's about it.
Absolutely, Miix. And Merru, you're able to head into the information team.
Yeah, I think Merru is he's just kind of making the rounds right now. And I don't know, I think I think there was just part of him that did want to check in on Miix, just because the last time they had really talked, it was kind of odd. So I think there was just part of him that kind of wanted to just check in.
Yeah, I think when you see Miix, she's like sat on one of her chairs, like looking over this big desk that's filled with papers. She's got like her coat hanging off the edge of the chair, and her sleeves are rolled up as she's like writing a couple things and making a couple notes. She actually, I think, gets up as Merru enters, and I think before Merru maybe even says anything, Miix turns and sees him, and I think her immediate reaction is she looks surprised, she looks Merru up and down, and she whistles.
Huh? Oh, hi.
That's new.
Oh, right. I just got this. Figured that this was if I can't get anything new, I might as well make what I have better, right? I realized that was an option. Well, I didn't know if that was really an option, but I tried something where I decided in my head that was an option, and somehow it worked.
I didn't realize that ego could do something like that. Huh.
Oh. Apparently it can. Feels really weird, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. It's not like it's new, it's just the same feeling, but way strong. So, nothing drastically different though. Pretty much the same gun, I think. I mean, I haven't tried it. I'm not planning on trying it until I have to. But,
Well, you've certainly put me to shame.
I mean, Merru, he just kind of shrugs and he goes, "I wouldn't say that."
You look good.
Thanks. Wish the boots made me taller, but this is good enough. It's something.
I think they added a little bit.
A little bit, but a little bit's not much. Whatever, it's not a big deal. That's not why I was getting it.
I was actually, it's good timing. I was actually gonna look for you.
Oh, why? Something happened?
I just want to talk. We haven't really talked in a while.
Yeah, that's fine. I was coming to check in on everything anyway, so.
That's good.
Okay.
Look,
so...
I'm gonna take a smoke break. Do you want to join?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can join, and Merru will pull out his magic bullet gift, and he goes, I guess I can follow suit, I suppose.
Yeah, and Miix will grab her coat, and she'll like sling it over her shoulder, and grab a carton of cigarettes off her desk. Can't smoke indoors and all that. So.
Mm-hmm.
I've been meaning to have one of the empty units turned into a smoke room, but we don't have a lot of time.
I mean, if you think it's that important, I don't know how many other people in this facility are smoking, but if it would be helpful to you to not smoke in other offices, I think that's not a bad idea.
Maybe so, but for now, we'll make do. I usually go outside, sneak a break every now and then when I can.
Well, as long as Miss Ange is aware that we're not just disappearing.
Nah, she knows. She tried to stop me before, but eventually she gave up.
Well, I guess as long as we make it quick, it's not a big deal.
Two things happen, actually. You all can gain an additional sin point from affinity, and right on cue, you can hear Ange's voice over the speakers, and she says, "Managers, please be careful when leaving and entering the facility. I will be locking the doors behind you, so a reminder to use the signal as always to come back in. There is only so much that we can do from within to protect you if something happens outside these doors."
Roger that.
I mean, Merru, I think Merru he just nods his head because he knows she can see them. And if Miix goes to head outside, Merru will follow.
Absolutely. You two can head outside, the doors to the facility unlock, and then you can hear them lock shut tight behind. As you two find yourselves outside in District 12, or what is left of District 12, rather.
I think as soon as they head outside, Miix leans against a wall and she just plops down. Knees bent, her feet planted on the ground as she sits. And she pulls out a lighter and a cigarette and lights it. She looks over at Merru. Does she need a light?
I never need a light with this thing. And Merru won't sit down, but he'll lean against the wall beside her, and he just kind of like gently like waves his ego gift, and he goes, "It creates smoke on its own."
Miix kind of and At this point, she's just looking out into the distance. It's probably quiet for a while. Occasionally, the silence is interrupted by the sound of Miix taking a drag. And then she says, finally breaking the silence, do you want to talk about it? And when she says this, I think Merru can probably tell what she's talking about. You know, about Vienna, about really everything that's happened to Merru recently, but
I think when Miix asks that, Merru, he will stare forward at the remnants of District 12, and he will let out a sigh as he watches the constant smoke of the ego gift billow into the air. And if Miix looks at him, she could see that his expression is a little more wary now. And eventually he just says, It's been really hard. It's a bit hard to put into words, I guess. Been thinking about her a lot.
yeah, Miix doesn't look at Merru, but I think she can kind of tell the expression Merru has. And I think there's a little bit of distance between the two of them. Physically. As they both sort of stare off. And Miix takes another drag of her cigarette and then says, should I say I'm sorry? Would that make you feel better?
Merru thinks about that. His initial instinct is to want to say yes, but I think he stops himself. And thinks back to how he was feeling when he tried to put Justicia back on, and it worked. And then he'll slowly shake his head and he'll say, no, I don't blame you for what happened. I could, I guess, I could blame you. But I think that maybe I've been pinning blame on other people for everything for a little too long. Sometimes I think I was right, sometimes, but I think I could look back on what happened when we went back to my home, and I guess there's a way I could easily justify it, and I could say that it was your fault, or I could say it was your brother's fault, or I could say that it was Pryor's fault, or I could say that it was my own sister's fault, or I could say it was Zachary's fault, or really, like, anyone could say it was my fault. And it's not that the feeling of it isn't there, but I think I've learned a bit that it's probably better if I try to accept that some things, including what happened to Vienna, it's not really any one person's fault, like, this was just a mix of a lot of things, and it all had to happen in the way that it happened for Vienna to have well, died. But it wasn't. If I took any one person out of the equation, it still might have happened. It's not anyone's fault specifically, I think.
Miix takes another drag of her cigarette and says, self-awareness is a powerful tool.
It is. And even though he doesn't look at Miix, he does kind of raise an eyebrow a little bit, and he doesn't say anything, but he thinks that maybe she could listen to her own words too. But he doesn't say anything. He just takes another drag of his pipe and
Miix, I think, without looking at Merru, knows the reaction that would get and says, I know.
I just hope that I can continue to be aware of the right things. So, you're right.
So where do you go from here?
And that is the question of the century for Merru right now. Because he's gotten this new ego. He's trying to think about things the right way, but where he goes from here, he's not sure. So I think Merru, he'll furrow his brow, and eventually he'll just say, I don't know. When I talked to Freyschutz, I acted so sure that I knew what I was doing. But I think I'm still thinking about what I'm supposed to do now. There's I think there's still part of me that just wants Vienna back. And I know it's not possible, but I just don't I don't really know how to keep moving when I know she's probably not at peace. And there's nothing I can do, but I still do kind of feel a little stuck with this. It just feels like there's a pit in my gut. I can't get rid of it. Maybe I just have to live with it. I don't know. honestly, I don't know if I would feel better or worse if this feeling went away. Because I think maybe the only way to make it actually go away is if I just forgot about Vienna, and I'm not going to do that. So maybe I just have to live with it. So that's all I got right now.
Maybe so. Miix traces the outlines of the buildings and the rubble as she continues to smoke, and rather bluntly she says, "So where does that leave us?" We're not exactly friends or enemies. I don't like it when you get hurt or when you get upset. I do want you to be happy. But I also can't say I feel as strongly about you as the others. And vice versa.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, it's not that I don't want to. But I think I've told you before that it's hard to. I feel like we're pretty different, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I want to care. You know, I want to feel like Kai and worry about you and the like. And I want to be like prior, you know, ripping my hair out if we can't help you, but it's hard. You're so different from me. And that's fucked up, I know. But it's just our ways of thinking. It's hard for me to understand how you think. No. I can understand the other two on some level.
So?
Let's talk it out. Instead of dancing around it like we usually do.
Merru will give Miix he's still not facing her, but he'll kind of like glance down her way, and he'll just say, how do we do that?
Tell me a story about you. And I can tell you one about myself.
Any story?
Yeah.
Okay. Merru, his head turns up as he tries to think of something that Miix wouldn't know because he has a bit of a feeling that she might know a bit more about than he would have wanted any of them to. And then I think after glancing at where the facility is, he'll think of something and he goes, so I don't think I've ever told anyone this, but maybe Kit knows. I don't know. When I first got to, the facility, I was scared of Poda, the puppy. In my defense, I had never worked with the dog. I only ever saw it once before this. I only saw it when it breached, and it was that, like, the big guy, not the little guy, the big guy, and I had just transferred to the safety team because I was there for a little while, and all I had was Beak, and it was coming at me, and I was supposed to suppress it. I did not. I ran away, and then I bumped into Kit, and then found a bunch of some other agents, and then it got suppressed. It was not my finest moment. And I know, I think after that, there were a number of agents who started some kind of rumor that I didn't find out about this till later, but some rumor that I was, like, stealing from Poda's food stash, which wasn't true, by the way. It was not true. Maybe only because I hadn't thought about that. I didn't know what the dog ate, and I'm glad I didn't know, because it helped me wean off of my former diet. Yeah, that is my story, I guess. Your turn.
Miix takes another drag of her cigarette. There was this one time. Well, I say one time. When I was growing up, I had this friend. She was one of the apprentice butlers. Her name's Alyosha. I really liked watching these, fixer shows when I was little. And her and I'd always drag her into watching them with me. And so we'd always, like, role play as, like, our own, like, pretend heroes. And we'd, like, make names for our, like, attack moves. Whenever either of us tried to do them during our training, Natalia would get really mad. She'd say no one shouts the name of their moves in real combat. But we didn't care. It was fun. And then there was one time we were doing that actually in the middle of the hallway. And I was doing this crazy like spin twirl that I thought in my head was gonna look so much cooler and be so much cooler than it actually was. And when I did it, I broke a window because I mistimed my landing, and right as I do that, my brother walks in on us doing that, and Alyosha and I are freaking out and we're crying because we're gonna get in so much trouble. And Natalia like rushes over to where we are, and she's like, "Who did this?" And without missing a beat, Abel goes, "It was so stupid." He goes, "It was I, the big evil mastermind," and he starts to put on the show, like pretending that he's the big evil monster. And I guess maybe it was because I was crying and Alyosha was crying, and Abel joining in. I think Natalia, she joins in, and she is like this knight in shining armor to save us. And her and Abel had this big fight, mock fight, and by the end of it, you know, me and Alyosha are cheering and clapping. After that, I'm pretty sure Abel got in trouble, but yeah.
Well, classic mistake.
It was weird because I know my dad was in the other room. He would have heard us. Sure why I didn't put a stop to it, but yeah.
Well, that's funny. I used to play fixers with my friends when I was a kid too. But we came up with like color fixer names for ourselves. It was Jackson's idea. It always called me the Pink Jackal. Funny, right?
There was a super move that Alyosha came up with me. We called a name. It was like this big sword swing. It's called Paradise Lost, because like we were super into making like these grandiose names for our moves.
I sucked at naming stuff, so don't ask me.
Miix shrugs. And then, you know, the irony is that there's, you know, all these names we're making up, and I can't say the word, like, I can't think about, like, Alyosha shooting her, like, magic bullets and then not think about, like, that ego that you have.
Right. You know, I think I think Miss Ange might get stressed out if we stay out here for much longer. I think we've stressed her out enough lately. And by we, I mean especially me. But thank you for the talk.
Yeah. Let's get back inside. And Miix will get up, and finally she turns towards Merru for the first time since they've stepped out here, and second time, and she says, "It was a good talk. We should have more of these sometime."
Well, you're lucky we have ways of healing, because otherwise I think with how much you smoke, you'd have a black lung by now. Maybe 2.
Maybe.
But we can talk more again. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah. And yeah, we go back inside.
Absolutely. And you are both able to head back inside. And I should ask, what do you all, or what do you both decide to do, rather? Is there anywhere else either of you want to go?
I mean, if I may, Merru's still got stuff to do.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you want to do, Merru?
I think after that talk, it made him want to there's something that he has that he brought back with him after District 23 that's been not properly looked at yet. He grabbed Misha's old radio, and he had the idea after this talk that maybe it would be a good idea to see if he doesn't even know if it can be fixed. It's old. It's just been sitting in that little hiding spot for however long years. So he's not sure if it can be fixed, but he does know of someone who might, if anyone would be able to do it. It probably would be Pryor, if Pryor is around.
Oh, you know he never is too far. He's always easy enough to find. There's only really one place in the facility he hangs out.
Yeah, then I guess Merru will go grab the little radio and go find Pryor.
Absolutely. Merru, you can find Pryor in the training team. And Pryor, what are you up to when Merru finds you?
He's done his immediate work for the day. His tablet sits on his desk. He sent off some more messages. He's gathered his reports. He's sorted the supplies that have come in from Berg on the last trip, and he is currently standing in front of the mirror, practicing his standard company-mandated attempts to empower his mental faculties, attempting to withdraw a little bit from the ego corrosion he's been feeling since he left the facility. As he stands in front of the mirror, he mutters the phrases under his breath on repetition. But just like the augments under his skin, the ego just doesn't quite want to meld with him. Or maybe it wants to meld with him too much. It's a little hard to tell which. Still, he finishes his required time doing this, and if someone were to interrupt him, they would find him probably just about to take another sip of coffee as he walks back behind his desk.
And I think there is a light knock at the door to his office.
Merru, come in.
And Merru will kind of peek around the door, and he'll just say, sorry, I just had a question for you. Hi.
Wow.
Do you like it?
It looks... well, here I thought I was... Prior puts down the coffee mug and tilts his head and goes, "It suits you really well. You look confident."
Thanks. I was telling Miix earlier that it definitely feels weird. But I feel confident at times. It keeps going back and forth between kind of feeling like I'm like the best person in the city and then just feeling like everything's going to like take over me, but I'm fine. I'm good.
Well, if you came to commiserate, I have more experience with that emotion than about, I would say, every man in the city. But no. So you gave the devil his due?
If by that you mean I basically told him that he works for me, then yes.
I'm glad. Our fates are determined by ourselves and not anyone else.
Right.
But sorry, you probably came for more of a reason than to just, unless you did just come off to show off that outfit, in which case, I'm more than happy to have you.
No, I've actually had a reason for coming here. But
not just to see me. Oh, I'm hurt. I'm wounded after everything I've gone through for you. And Prior makes a fanciful motion like he's been stuck in the chest with an arrow.
Here I thought you would have been sick of me, but...
No, Merru, I don't think I could ever be sick of you.
That's surprising.
I know, it surprised me too. But that's how these things go. We don't really get to choose the people who become important to us. They find their way to become that way, one way or another.
That is certainly true. And I think without waiting a moment longer, suddenly, like, Merru was holding the radio, like, in Prior's face, and he goes, "Can you fix this?"
Oh, wow.
Broken.
This is as much of a dinosaur as I am.
I don't think so.
No. Prior will gently take it from Meru's hands.
It was my friend Misha's, but I could never figure out how to fix it, and I think if I'm going to have it, I might as well try to fix it before I just give up and make it decorative, because I have so many decorations. I was lying about that. That wasn't true. I don't.
Well, let's see if we can save the form, if not the function. It's actually not that bad of a condition. It does look like someone's already gone in and replaced parts. Would you mind if I have to swap out a couple components, or do you want me to try and salvage everything in here if I can?
I mean, save as much as you can, but if it's not going to work otherwise, I'd rather you swap out some things. Really, as long as it just kind of like looks like it used to, for the most part.
Some people get very sentimental about that. I think you and I agree, as long as well, I guess there's a question of how much can change while something still stays the same, but I am of the mind that it's about intent. If you don't intend to turn it into something new, I don't think it ever really changes. Change doesn't happen without purpose, and purpose doesn't happen without intent. And as Pryor says this, he'll sit down at his desk, pull out a set of tools, and he'll get to work. And Mr. DM,
Yes.
Pryor has 5 dots of craft. Do I need to roll to repair a radio?
I would say with 5 dots of craft, no, you do not. If you were trying to make any like upgrades or modifications, or if you're rushing to repair it, you would. But if you're taking your time, there's no need to roll.
Yeah. Pryor has been given a very simple request, and it doesn't take a genius to know that Merru isn't looking for Pryor to perform a miracle. So he devotes his hands to being busy at work, and he takes out this little, like a magnifying monocle, and he sort of looks at one of the components closely and then kind of hangs it on the side of his face underneath one of the nothing there eyes, so it is gazing down at the components as his 2 main eyes look up to look into Merru. And he goes, I'm glad that it all worked out for you. So tell me, though, are you sure Haygear is still going to treat you as well? I mean, maybe the alteration's a little bit more powerful, but...
I don't think it... I asked Freyschütz to make it as strong as possible.
Well... Pryor takes a look at Merru up and down and goes, I've never been a very good judge of these things. But I'm sure it will suit you well. You and that abnormality... I don't want to say you had a close bond, but it seemed like the two of you... Pryor's looking for the right word, and rather than try and come up with one, he just looks at Merru and goes, how would you describe your relationship with Freyschütz?
I mean, the easiest way to describe it is just that he's my contractor. But, I mean, he was something that I was very, weirdly attached to for a while. I don't know how to describe him, I guess. It's weird. But I don't know. I guess him and I are just like the weird duo, I guess. I'm stuck with him and he's stuck with me. That's what I told him. So it's really just easiest to say that he's my contractor.
I never really... I guess I've never asked you about this, but... I mean, you wore his gear. And you got his gift, but... What was all that about your contract?
Oh. Well... In order to wield my rifle, I had to enter into a contract with him. I was told I had to do it, because he gave me a gift, and he hadn't given anyone else a gift. so I was the one who had to wear the gear. And basically, the contract just it's basically that I will be able to use my rifle. The shots will fire wherever they're intended to go, and they will always hit their target. I got a little addition where he, like when you would see the weird like portal things. That was a little specialty I convinced him to add on to it, I guess. And in turn, there is a final bullet at some point that will shoot. And that final bullet, he said, will fire at the one who I love the most. And then I found out that person was myself, I guess. That is the basic of it, is that this rifle, one day I'll shoot the final bullet and it'll come back around to me. And it it's gonna hit its target, I guess.
That's an intensive cost to wield ego.
Yeah, I know, right? I was trying to get out of it. That's why everything happened. He told me that before the bullet hit me, that I was gonna have to watch all of you fall first. And I didn't want that to happen. So I was trying to find a loophole, but it didn't work.
Prior is silent as he mules over this new information, gears turning in the back of his head. Well, there's the last missing piece. It all makes sense. I don't know how to respond to that. I thank you for trying to protect us. It shouldn't have been at the cost of yourself, but I can understand. It's terrifying to realize the people around you will die before you, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, is there a place I could just sit down?
No, please. Prior actually stands up and he walks over to the corner of the room where he has a little mini desk set up where a clerk can come in and do some paperwork, and he just pulls a very comfortable looking office chair out and spins it towards Merru.
Yeah, Merru will take that and then kind of like scoot it over a little closer to where Prior was sitting. And he'll sit down and stare down at the floor, and he'll just say, but I think I've at least figured out that that's not going to happen, at least. I think with what I figured out now, that I'm not, like, you all don't need to worry. I think I don't think that it's going to come for you all first. I think it's just gonna be me. And I don't I don't know. I keep saying it is what it is, you know?
What else can you say? Death is a specter. Walls can't stop it. Ideas can't stop it. Time barely holds it at bay. The realization that time is ticking, that you're moving towards it. Most people can go a very long time before they have to reckon with it. Do you know how long you have left?
No. That was when we were in that other facility, that book was gonna tell me, but after everything I didn't look. I was worried that if I did that, then I really would be kind of dooming everyone. So I keep saying I'm going to take it one day at a time, I guess. I don't know. I guess I could die tomorrow. I really could. I mean, we all can, but I mean, the contract could come to an end tomorrow. I don't know when the final bullet. I've seen the bullet. Freyshit showed me the bullet that's going to kill me. Before I got this new ego.
And you'd still choose to wear it.
I have no other choice. I part of the contract is I have to wear the ego. So I figured if I have to wear the ego, I might as well make it work for me, you know? That was the idea, at least. So...
Well, I see. And men often meet their destinies on the road to avoid it. No matter how far you tried to run, you ended up right back there in that unit.
Yeah, that happened a few times. So I figured there was no use. I had thought that everything would have gotten better after Zachary was gone. And Merru will he'll hold up the wrist that the cloth that Reddy gave him is on, and he goes, I may have told Reddy that I was hunting a wolf. And I thought it was going to be Zachary, and then it wasn't, and then I think I realized that it was me. But it's a good thing. Don't worry. I may have told her I may have told her that once I hunt and kill my wolf with her help, then I would let her hunt the wolf here because it's in my department. But I'm not actually, the plan is that I'm not actually ever going to let her, because I'm never going to tell her that I've gotten you see what I mean? Like, that's like, because she's an abnormality, and you know, they kind of just go along with things sometimes. So I think actually it works out, because I think maybe the wolf is me, And I mean, when I'm gone, I'm gone. I can't exactly help her. So, um,
I don't know how aware you were of what happened as we descended those fathoms after you, Merru.
And I think Merru thinks back to everything that happened when they went into that other facility. And he grimaces a little bit, and he just goes, yeah, I'm sorry for putting you all through that.
You have nothing to apologize for.
I just...
Fault, blame, Merru, it doesn't change the fact that we hurt you. And I am glad I had a chance to see a different side of you. To understand what it would mean to me to watch you die over and over again. I long ago consigned myself to the idea that I would outlive everyone. But recent events have changed my perspective on that matter. And now I must weigh my emotions against reality. I don't wish to watch you die again. And if you have accepted the inevitabilities of your contract, I will not stop you. Nor do I think that you have power over a choice that was made so long ago. But I will not stand and watch you die alone. Prior will offer his hand across the table to Merru. I have a lot of things in my mind and on my heart. But in that facility, I realized that you are someone I don't want to see suffer. And I would rather like to comfort you. As I only had a chance to do once across all those mirrored versions, to tell you that we will be here for you. I will be here for you, and if there is anything I can do to lift those burdens off your shoulders, I will do what I can.
Merru will take the hand that Prior offered. And I think Prior can feel that it's, even though Merru's face looked obviously not happy, but more or less like calm, you can feel that his hand is shaking. And he's quiet for a little while after Prior says that, before he just says, I'm scared.
Prior gives Mary's hand a little squeeze. I'll let you in on a secret. I am too.
Yeah. But it'll be all right. I've always tried to believe that even if I die, that as long as I feel like there are people and things I've done that will make me remembered, then it's not really like actually dying, you know? It's like, yeah, physically, but not like really. So I think maybe I'm just gonna, instead of trying to do things that just make me live to the next day, like physically, maybe I should try for the more abstract thing, if that's the word. Like doing things that will make me feel satisfied with how I lived, not just how long I lived, I guess. I think that is my new plan. And I hope I have more than just tomorrow to do it. I think I will, but I don't want to assume.
I'm not the man I once was. I can't promise more hours on your clock, but I will do my best. If not be able to keep you safe, then to give you plenty of things to experience in what time you have. You know, a couple of my clerks get together pretty much every night. They play this. Frankly, to me, it's a bit of a ridiculous thing. My daughter was really into it. J&J, I think it's called something. It's, if you wanted to come check it out, they're apparently looking for new players or something.
I think when Pryor says if you want to join his clerks, there's immediately like Merru, he was looking like really like down, and then you would see the immediate deadpan when he goes, I am not getting involved in anything having to do with your clerks.
Listen, I promise they're not going.
I am not doing that.
They're nice people. Chris
I'm sure
plays.
if Chris is there, I'm not there.
What's your problem? Chris is a perfectly nice and refined young man.
Chris worships the ground you walk on. Absolutely not.
Chris is a recovering Five Fingers member, and he deserves a little bit of grace.
Very early in the recovery process, I can tell.
Regardless, the offer is open, and if not that, drop by for a coffee anytime. Or hot chocolate, to your preference.
I think hot chocolate is more Kai's thing. I think I like tea more, but I can have a coffee sometimes. I still have some of that, the dandelion coffee grounds that I made. It stays good for a while. It's almost empty. It's mostly what I've been giving to you when we're out in the RV. You're really the only one who gets any of it. I should just at this point bring you the rest of the jar. But if I do that, you can have more, but just don't finish all of it until I can make more for you. The dandelions are pretty much out of season now, I think. So it would have to be next spring. So don't finish it until then. And Merru gives Prior like a look that is sort of like, it's not that he is trying to tell himself that he will be there next spring, but it's more like a sort of a way to kind of reassure himself that there will be something here no matter what, that won't get finished and tossed away.
Prior nods. I will control myself. I'm getting better at that. Not the best, but better.
A little bit, yes.
As long as I'm not going backwards. And with that, Prior will give Merru's hand one more squeeze and let go. And as he does, he closes the radio with a snap and goes, and that was the last adjustment. It should turn on, though you're only going to get the facility radio stations.
That's fine. I'm sure I can maybe get something else next time we're out. But as long as it's fixed.
Right. And Prior actually looks over his workbench and he pulls out it appears to be a broken piece of circuitry that he pulled out. And he looks like he was going to discard it, but he does offer it to Merru and go, the soldering on this is exceptional. It was already broken when someone put it in there, but they managed to pull a couple more years of life out of it. I know you said that you cared more about what it looked like, but I don't know if you would consider this a piece of history worth holding on to. Someone worked very, very hard to keep this piece alive, and it served its purpose until I had to replace it. It was exceptionally well made, I will say. It's the only thing I had to replace. Everything else held on.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Prior smiles. And it's not that big, beaming, cult-like smile. It's just the corners of his mouth turn up for a moment and he gives a small nod. You know, when I touched your outfit, Desperation really is full of surprises.
Yeah, it certainly is.
You've always been the strongest of us, Merru.
Well, wasn't my intention. But, I'm just glad that I can, be of... And Merru almost says be of good use. And then he stops and he goes, I'm just glad that I can help you all out. And Merru takes off the little hat and he goes, I don't know where the hat came from. It just kind of appeared. Look at my horns.
Oh.
I forgot they do this sometimes. It's cool, right? It matches now.
You're finally in harmony with yourself.
Yeah, it would happen some other times, but I never really thought much about it because it'd go back to normal. But I wonder if I can make it turn other colors. I don't know how. I don't know how I'm gonna figure that out, but I think I'm gonna try.
I won't spoil your journey of self-discovery, but I wish you luck in your RGB lighting journey.
RGB?
Red, green, blue.
Well, I want to do other colors. What if I want orange?
Well, with the combination
No, I think it's turned yellow before, has it? That's not red, green, or blue.
Prior puts a hand to his mouth and manages a nod and just goes, "You're right. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. I wish you luck in whatever color you want to find, and with determination like yours, Merru, I'm sure you'll find it."
I'm gonna try pink.
Pink would be nice. I was going to just say that I think I told you a long time ago that one day you would outpace me, and I was just hoping that I could keep up with you for a little bit longer. I don't think you've left me behind, but you're hitting your stride, Merru. And I am not going to give up in following just yet.
Well, I've never really considered it as one of us in front of the other. I'm pretty sure I'm standing next to you, so I've never really thought of it otherwise.
Thank you. In every way. You're always free to come by. You're always free to come by my office, Merru.
I think I will. I think I'm going to try to do more things because I want to. And because I think maybe they might be fun. Not saying that talking to you is always fun, but sometimes it's entertaining. I guess sometimes it's fun. Thank you for the radio. I think I'm going to leave now.
So it was a pleasure. Talk to you later.
Goodbye. And Merru, he will immediately turn around, a little embarrassed, and he will hurry out of the office.
Prior sits back in his chair. His face doesn't fall, but it calcifies back into the same expression he always wears as he looks down into the ripples of his coffee. It seems even the strength of an abnormality isn't enough to overcome fate. Pity. Merru's got it. He'll figure it out. And Prior takes a sip. I have to have faith. I believe in him. And that's all Prior has to say.
Absolutely. You all can gain an additional thin point from affinity. And Prior, unless there is anything else you have to say or you would like to do right this moment.
Prior sends off another text message, but you already know what that's about, and that's all Prior has to do for this scene.
Wonderful. You're able to send off that text message. I will just let you know now. The one you sent it to receives it, but we shall handle that later. As Merru, where would you like to go now?
Well, I think there's one last person Merru should probably visit, considering he's already visited Miix and he's already visited Prior, and he did say he wanted to go say hi to Kai.
Absolutely. You can go visit Kai, and I should ask you, Kai, where are you at the moment.
Well, if this isn't during work hours, since it's the visiting hour, I presume Kai is probably in his room, if that's all right.
Absolutely. Your room is located within the safety department, Kai. And so I will say Merru is, I imagine, able to find you with no issue, or at least Merru, you're able to head to Kai's room. I feel like you two know each other well enough. You can either contact or know where to find Kai.
Yeah. I think before Merru gets to Kai's room, I think he will go stop by his sleeping quarters to just so he's not carrying the radio around. And what Prior gave him. So we'll just drop off those things. And there has been something that he's been keeping on him that he hasn't opened yet, that he was kind of thinking. See, he told Prior that he wanted to kind of just do things more just for himself, just because he wants to do them. And I think there's also part of him that's not sure what is in this parcel that Jackson gave him. I mean, he knows basically the gist of it, but I think it's not something that he really would want to just open up and go through alone. I think he's had enough of sitting through memories alone. So I think when he goes and finds Kai, and knocks on the door of his room, hoping that he's there, he will have that in mind. And he actually he feels a little antsy when he does that. Especially because he also knows he probably needs to talk to Kai about everything that happened before they got to the facility too. And I think that that kind of starts thinking about that, and he wants to settle that, and then hopefully Kai will want to spend some time with him.
Absolutely. And Kai, you hear the knock on your door. Do you go to answer?
Yes. Whatever Kai may be engaged with, he will put down, not in too much of a hurry, but it's a knock at the door, and it might be Merru. Kai will quickly walk over to the door and open it immediately.
And Merru will he'll go to say like hello, like can we talk, but before he does that he'll say, oh hi, well, let me get this out of the way. I got new ego. Just the other ones were mentioning it, so I'll just get this out of the way. Look, I got a hat.
Yeah, and a little vest too. You look good.
Thanks. It's a lot. It's kind of stuffy. But it's not bad. So it's stronger now too. It's as strong as it possibly can be. So I got that just now.
You said the others were mentioning it, so they've seen too?
Yeah, I stopped by to check in on Miix, and I was asking Prior if he could my broken radio, I just wanted him to repair it. I told you I'd come by to say hi. So I'm saying hi.
Yeah, it's really nice to see you. Well, welcome in. Sorry, it's not exactly the cleanest room in the world, but I don't leave food out.
I don't care. My room isn't exactly tidy. It's kind of all over the place, so I don't really care.
All right. Kai steps aside in the doorway so that Merru can enter. So I assume you didn't just come by here to show off your outfit. even though it does look great.
No, that's not why I came. And Merru will take off his face mask because he is feeling a little stuffy. This is going to take a little bit of getting used to. Even though he had a jacket before, this is a little bit more than before. And he'll turn to Kai, and you can see him frown a little bit, and he goes, I'm sorry. I was gonna tell you about everything that was going on before we went into that facility, and I was going to, but then I felt like I couldn't, not because of you, just because of, I had a feeling that if I said anything, then you would have wanted to stop me, because now that I'm thinking about it now, like now that we're like done with everything, and it does sound kind of crazy, but it made total sense to me at the time, but I wanted to tell you, and that, and you can tell, like, even though Merru was kind of rambling for a second, like he's trying to figure out a way to say that he is sorry without then just saying, like, what he did before, where he in the past, where he's kind of apologized to Kai and then said, but actually, like, I'm not really sorry. Like, Merru genuinely feels sorry. So he just kind of pauses and then says, if you had done that to me, I would have felt bad. So I feel like I made you feel bad. So I'm sorry.
I appreciate you coming by. I don't know if an apology is what I was expecting at all, but I do appreciate it, or I guess more so, I've tried disappearing before, though not so much recently, so while it very much saddened me to see that you had grown that desperate, I can't say that I'm upset at you for having feelings, though it does mean something to me that you were considering telling me about it. You are right, I would have tried to stop you, and I don't know if I should be sorry for that fact that I would have tried to control you in some way, shape, or form when you...
No. I don't think you should be sorry.
But even now, you're thinking of others before yourself. You know, and I'm sure if you talk to the others, you already know that in those mirror worlds and some memories of yours, we saw a lot that you never talked about when we were together before. And I don't blame you for that at all, and I hope that doesn't sound like I do. I think you were showing us on purpose at the time, but you might not remember, probably like when we've blacked out in altered states for I don't mean to bring up anything that you don't want to rehash, and I won't bring it up first again. I just
No, it's okay.
I guess all there really is to say, or all that it sums up to, is that you're an exceptional person, and I've long thought that about you, but the more that I learn about you, the more that belief solidifies, you know?
Thank you. I'm glad that you think that. I've had a lot of people who have told me that I'm just kind of selfish. I don't really care, because I think I am, but not like in the bad way, in like the good way usually. And I'm not going to pretend that I don't often focus on what's best for me, or what I think is best for me. I guess some people disagree with what is best for me than what I think, and I guess I could kind of agree with them now, kind of. I don't blame myself for how I was thinking back then, but I guess it makes sense. Why it normally wouldn't be great. But I do care about all of you, and I don't want anything bad to happen to any of you. And I have always said that I'm glad that you were always relatively nice to me, even before we really cared about each other. Because not many people were. And Merru will take a step forward. Would Kai care if Merru gave him a hug right now? I'm imagining the answer is no. That
Yeah, no.
Care.
Yeah, Kai would give Merru a probably very overbearing and suffocating hug back. Yes.
That's okay. Merru doesn't mind right now. And when they're hugging, Merru will just say, I imagine you know a bit more about what happened to everyone back then. I hope you're not offended now. That I've thought that you remind me of Theo. It's not for those reasons, because I don't blame her for what happened back then either. It's for the other reasons. The good ones. I just hope that you weren't offended. She did something wrong. But I think we all were kind of doing desperate shit, and some of it was wrong. So I just hope that you take what I was saying it as a compliment when I said that you reminded me of her, because even despite everything, I've always thought of her very fondly. Mm-hmm. And I hope that I
was admittedly a bit taken aback, but I mean, I've been pretty desperate myself. I've done things I'm not proud of, even if maybe the way I feel about taking life is a bit different than other people. I still can't say that I think some of the things I've done are good. I don't think that what someone does at their absolute worst paints the picture of who they are as a person, and I inherently trust your judgment, but I'm not offended.
Okay, good. Good, because I needed to make sure that was the case, because I was about to ask you something that kind of, if you were offended by it, then I wouldn't ask the question. And Merru will break the hug, and he will take a step back, and then he will hold up the unopened parcel from Jackson. He will say, Jackson gave me this and said it has some old photos and video that I guess I can connect to one of the tablets, and I can watch back on things. We had like an old like camcorder like thing. We were super lucky to find one. And we had gotten it all fixed up, and we used it. Didn't really have a lot of space on it, but we got a little bit of video. I thought the thing was all gone, but I guess Jackson, he kept it. He used it a lot. And I just wanted to talk with you about some things. And maybe after open this, and maybe I could stay here, and while I do that, if you want to talk some more, because there's some stuff that I've been thinking a lot about, and I don't really know who else to talk to it about besides maybe you.
I'm honored that you would share such dear memories with me. Of course, you can stay here, stay as long as you like. Did Merru bring a tablet of his own, or should Kai go and grab his?
Merru brought his tablet. Merru often
Alright.
carries his tablet in the facility.
Okay. In that case, Kai will quickly make his way over to his bed, I think, just to kind of make it look presentable, and sit down on the side of it and pat the blanket next to himself. Sorry, this is just about the only area that has sitting room for 2 people in here, but you're a welcome guest. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah. Merru will definitely follow, and make himself comfortable next to Kai. But he doesn't open the parcel immediately. I think he places it next to him. And instead he kind of like rings his fingers together, and he looks a little pensive for a few moments before he quietly says, do you, I'm sure you remember, but do you remember when we were on our way to our meeting with I guess with Jackson, and you were talking to me about the pendant?
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking about this since we were coming back, because I was trying to get rest, and it was sometimes a bit hard to relax, because when we were leaving, I like the facility, I smashed the pendant because it wasn't good for me. And I knew when I did that I was probably going to feel like I regretted it, but in the moment I didn't, because I felt like I was doing the right thing. But then it actually happened like I thought it would, where I started feeling bad. And I went to see the birdie, punishing bird, after I got this ego, and it gave me the necklace, which is a little helpful, but it's not the same. Because I got so used to just using that pendant, and he glances over at the unopened parcel before looking back at Kai, and he just says, I'm a little worried about what's going to happen after I open that, because Jackson said that there might be some things in there in the videos that I may have forgotten about. But once I watch it all, there's going to be nothing new for me to see. But with the pendant, there was always a chance that maybe I would see them again, and see something new, and get to kind of re-experience something like that. And I don't know what's going to happen when I when I open this, and I guess there is part of me that's feeling like I am. Maybe I should have kept the pendant. I know I shouldn't have, but I feel like I should have. You know?
I nods in genuine understanding of such a regret. I know I have absolutely no authority to speak on quitting your vices. And I know that you already know this, but for what it's worth, I agree that you did the right thing, leaving it behind. No fleeting happiness those alternate memories could provide you would replace the real thing. No temporary fix solves all of life's problems. And Kai's eyes do drift towards his coat collar where he keeps bottles of Ankafelin before continuing. And there isn't a magical solution for it all either. I know how sad it is to only have so many memories with people. If anything, while what Jackson provided you is limited, I do think something that it has over the pendant is that these are real, and these are the people that you know and love. They're memories that actually happened to you. And while it might not be new, I think that the joy of reliving it might make it better than the joy of living a life that you never had. And if anything ever comes to you, I would love to hear about those people that matter so much to you. I know they weren't my friends. I never knew them, but I do think that people shape each other. And I think they must have been pretty wonderful if they all contributed to shaping you.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd rather actually see some memories with them again than hear me waxing poetic about it, though.
I mean, I don't mind hearing you talk, Kai, but yeah, I know you're right. I hope that eventually I will really start feeling like that is true too. You know, like I know it, but it's hard to actually feel like that. But you're right.
It's not... What you experienced isn't the type of addiction that I am used to experiencing or seeing, so I don't know if it'll apply to you or not. The longer you go without it, I hate to say that a part of you might always want it back, but that part does get weaker over time. And it isn't just a matter of it getting used to not having it. I think that somewhere inside of us, we all know that our vices are not good for us. So,
Yeah. Maybe I think maybe it might be a good idea. Because I know now I'm thinking about it, and I know Kit's gonna grill me on what happened. Maybe it would actually be a good idea if I take initiative. Is that the right word? I think that's the right way to use this word. Take initiative and ask if they can check on me here and there. Because I mean, I guess we don't really know what, like, long term, if things will come back up. You know, I don't really think any of us have ever overused ring technology before. Maybe I'll do that, but I think that might be a good idea. But for now, and Merru will he will pick up the parcel, and before he opens it, he will get himself a little more comfortable and then turn to Kai and just say, thank you. I think I feel better.
It's really good to have you back and present. And Kai will, because these are photos and a video on a tablet. Kai will scoot up close to Merru to make sure that he's seeing everything properly. And at some point, we'll speak up and say, you're always welcome to come by or call me over if you ever want to talk, or you just need some company. I can just be a warm body in the room with you.
Yeah, it's weird. Everyone's saying this now. But really, I don't know why I didn't think about just. I mean, I guess we would hang out sometimes in the RV. But I was telling Prior that I might start doing things just for fun. I haven't really done much of that in a long time. But I think that's a good idea for me to try, because I've tried everything else. So I think we should hang out more. And I'll figure out things that are fun, I guess. That could be good. That's a good idea. And Merru will smile a little bit. And Mr. DM,
Yes.
can I ask what if when Merru opens the parcel, what exactly is in it?
You can see the recordings that were provided, the pictures that were provided to you as well. There's quite a few pictures, and do you put the recording into the tablet to watch?
Yes, he does.
Absolutely. You're able to upload the videos from the camcorder to the tablet. And Merru, you and Kai watch as your younger self appears far too close up to the screen. He waves at the lens before someone yanks him back. And then Misha comes into view and tells Merru that he doesn't need to be so close for the video to capture him. A young voice behind the screen that sounds vaguely like Jackson asks what they should record. But then the camcorder is snatched out of his hands, and Theo turns the lens onto herself with a grin. She starts to say something about how she should be the focus, but then Merru tries to grab the electronic from her since it was apparently his turn first. And you watch as the camcorder falls. The video cuts off right when it hits the ground, and Misha starts to exclaim something to everyone. The next video is of the watch itself. Merru is riding a repaired bike down the street, while little Berg sits on the handlebars and giggles excitedly. When he passes by the person recording, he waves, but Berg stops laughing and sticks his tongue out at them. You hear a scoff from the other end, and then this video quickly ends too. More videos play like that. Moments of your old friends, and even a few rare ones of Vienna, on the occasion that you got to take the camcorder home, or that your pack found her coming home from work. All good memories, even some you hadn't remembered. And hopefully, Merru, they help make the ache a little lighter, just for now. And I suppose, as you both watch these recordings, do either of you have any final thoughts? Any final things to discuss?
Not to, not interrupting, the video at least, maybe while they're looking at the pictures at some point. Kai will say, I know that you lost them, and solitude is something that you've lived with, but I don't think loneliness is written in the stars for you, even if it can seem that way sometimes. And he will lean his head against Merru, staring at the pictures. If at some point his eyes started watering, he doesn't acknowledge it.
I think Merru will lean against Kai too, and he's mostly quiet. As he eventually just replies, I don't want to be alone. So, thank you. I think that's really all Merru has to say, as I think they spend a good bit of time enjoying each other's company.
Absolutely. You are able to spend that time. You are able to enjoy each other's company. And after some time, Merru, you know there is still work to be done. You know that the Golden Bough needs to be brought back down to Miss Ange's quarters. And you know there is another person in this facility you need to talk to. The said AI. If you want to, of course. You could choose to not visit her.
No, he will. Of course he will. At this point, yes. Yeah, I think when it's, it's time to get back to work, I think that Merru will thank Kai for, spending time with him. We'll bid him a goodbye for now. And where is the bow being kept right now?
You remember that Miix handed it off to Kit.
Yes. So I guess Merru will go find Kit to grab that bough.
Wonderful. I imagine, unless you have anything you would like to say, specifically to Kit, you are able to head back to the control team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty quick. I think Merru will just, just probably quick, like, asking how everything in the department's going, but I think after he asks for the bough, I do think he brings up to Kit, the idea, that it might be good. Oh, he probably also needs to mention the ego thing.
Absolutely.
Right, I keep forgetting about this. He needs to. He probably shows up. I don't know if Kit was watching through the CCTVs or what.
When you show up, Merru, Kit turns to face you. They have the bough in their possession, and they give you a small smile. You know that Kit tends to monitor the CCTVs when you are out, and Kit simply says, "I've seen the new ego. I know all the others reacted to it before. It looks good on you. Aleph suits you, Merru."
Thank you. I think it suits us, actually.
Kit grins at that, and their wing just gives a little playful twitch as they say, "Well, I've got the golden bough here for Miss Ange. Is there anything else you need from me?"
Not really. I just I was talking with Kai not too long ago. And by that I mean like before I came here. And I had the idea that a lot's been happening. I know we will do a debrief. I will fill you in on everything that you haven't already maybe heard. But I think it would be a good idea if I know you already have a lot of things to do, but I just figured it also might make you feel better, considering I have a new ego, and I had that issue for a little while that hopefully won't be an issue anymore, but I just want to make sure that everything about me stays stable. I don't want to end up like I was before again. So I think we should set something up just so I can do quick check-ins, and just make sure everything is about me is where it needs to be mentally and all of that.
I second this. I have no objections. We can get that set up and started for you. It's a big leap going from your previous level and up to Aleph. So it's good to monitor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your current stats would designate you to be a level 5 agent.
Really?
Kit nods their head at that as they look over your file and they say, "Yes."
Oh, I'm in the big leagues now.
That you are. Your calmness and your focus both.
Huh. Well, that's certainly good. But yeah, we'll set something up. And I will try my best to not overdo things until I'm certain that everything is okay.
Good.
But I'm on my apology tour now. I don't like it. But well, it's actually not that bad. I'm bad at apologizing. I don't know if you know this.
Oh, I'm quite aware. I think I know you rather well, Department Head.
Yeah. Well, I'm learning. And I think it's going well. It's actually not the worst thing in the world.
That's good to hear.
So, I have to go do that again now. And then probably another time, because Merru thinks about Ange, and then he knows he thinks he probably needs a little bit more time before he thinks about making contact with a certain
A certain big brother?
yeah. I think he needs a little bit more time, but he wants to meet with Miss Ange now, so he will nod to Kit and say, "Okay, I'm gonna go do that now.
Good luck.
Thanks. Bye."
And Kit just gives you a wave as they turn back to monitoring the cameras.
Well, and Merru will take the elevator down.
Absolutely. Merru, you know where the elevator is. You've done this trip many times. And you can head down to go see Miss Ange.
Mm-hmm.
She's already waiting there when you arrive.
Merru will, when the elevator doors open and he steps into the room, I think he does pause for a bit. Because there's something about what he's about to do now that is more difficult than it was to talk to the other managers. But he will slowly make his way over to Miss Ange, and he will stare at her for a few seconds, as he's thinking about what to say, and then awkwardly he'll go, "I have a bow for you."
Manager Merru, greetings. Thank you for delivering the golden bow. And Ange will hold out her hands. She does seem to be a bit awkward, as she's not sure if she's supposed to lean down to accept it, or if you're going to come up here, or...
No, Merru he'll kind of like, he'll stare down at the ground for a second, and then he'll just go, "Can I come up there and give it to you?"
Yes, Manager Merru. I believe that would be the best way of going about this.
Okay. I'll do that then. And he will go up to meet her up there.
Absolutely. You're able to go up beside her, and her whole form flickers a little bit. As do you hand the bow to her?
Yeah, Merru hands the bow to her, and after he does so, he glances away from her and shuffles his feet a little bit, and he goes, "So I know I told you last time I was down here by myself that I would not ever come back here, until I figured out the next step and beat you, right?"
The bow does glow for a moment when she took it, and then you see it sort of become enveloped into herself before she looks down at you, though her eyes are closed, and she says, "Yes, Manager, I do believe I remember you saying that. My memory is perfect, after all."
That was my plan. But And he like opens his mouth a few times to like he's going to say something, but then no words come out. And then he will close his eyes and take a few breaths, and then he will lower his head and clasp his hands together, and he will say, I didn't account for what would happen if maybe you did it first. And I am sorry for how I acted recently, and I can only imagine that it was you who told everyone how to go after me when I left in that other facility, and I wanted to thank you for saving me.
Merru, that does get a reaction out of her. When you said you hadn't accounted for her finding it first, her eyes fly open. When you apologize, you, of all people, of all managers, apologize to her. Her head sort of almost cocks to the side, and she cannot hide the bewilderment on her face as she squeezes her eyes shut and says, well, Manager Merru, I needed to ensure such a valuable asset would not be left behind. I know that I was willing to leave you behind once before. However, I have run the calculations and made a determination that is not something I can allow to have pass. Manual did, of course, do its best to comply with the orders it had been given by you. However, I, and in a very much lower voice, whispers, with the manager's help, was able to ensure we tracked you down in time. I accept your apology, of course, and at this, Ange does sort of turn, and her eyes squeeze shut as her head lowers, and she says, I must confess, perhaps I have also come to the conclusion, based on previous observations of clerks and agents in the facilities and the terms that you and your fellow managers have thrown around, that we would perhaps be considered friends. At the very least, you would be someone I would consider that word, by the definition of it.
Oh. And Merru, his head shoots up and he blinks a few times and he goes, I didn't realize that, that you would consider me to be that, to be honest, I'm still a little surprised that you didn't just I don't know. I guess what you're saying makes sense. I was just surprised that you didn't just let me fuck myself over like that. I thought maybe, I guess I had been thinking that maybe you would have found it easier and more worth it to have everyone forget about me, considering our past. I didn't realize that you that you thought about me like that. I
No, please continue, manager.
I think maybe now is a good time for me to say that you had asked me before if I would ever, if forgiveness is possible for the things you had done, and I think the answer is yes. I think that if you're forgiving me for this, I think it's the best thing to do to also actually finally forgive you and accept your apology from back then.
Thank you. I appreciate that you are willing to forgive me for what I have done. Perhaps in the past, you are correct. I would have seen fit to have left you behind. However, I do not wish to be that sort of human. You are someone who I have grown to trust, manager, and feel an affection for, shall we say.
Oh, that's and Merru doesn't reply immediately because he just wasn't expecting that. He seems a little probably a little embarrassed, like he does oftentimes when people say that kind of stuff about him. And he glances away for a few minutes while he thinks, and then he looks back at her and he says, I think that if you want to consider us friends, then I am willing to try to be friends. I've been told I'm not the greatest at it by some people, but I'm trying to get better with everyone. And I don't want whatever happens with my contract to end with things being left unsaid between the people who are the closest to me.
Well,
then I think that can include you.
she does turn to face you again, Merru, and her eyes do open a crack. You can see the yellow peering out for them as she says, well, I assure you, Manager. No, perhaps I should address you as Merru. I am superior in all things, therefore I shall endeavor, then, if you accept this token, to be the very greatest of friends out there.
Huh?
Yes.
Wait. Okay. But I was already told by Prior that I was like the kindest man he's ever met, so...
Well, Prior told me the same.
What? There is no way. There is no... He didn't say that to you. He did not say that you were... Did he say that? Wait, did he say that?
Ange is grinning, and there's this almost shit-eating smile on her face for a moment that you have never seen on her face before. And it's only there for a second before it drops into that neutral expression. Although she does say, I believe... Manager Prior has told me all manner of things before.
He said a lot of stuff to me too. What's that got to do with... I'm not mad at you, and this isn't me being pissed at you. He did not say anything like that to you. Okay.
I would need to search for my database of all the things that Manager Prior has said to me before.
I can just go find him right now and give him a piece of my fucking mind. No, it's fine. No, I'm better than that. No, I'm not. I'm not there yet. But I can tell you, what I can tell you is that maybe you beat me this time, but there's another, I'm sure there's some other step after the one that you got to. And I think actually me doing this is bringing me now to the step that you're on. So now we're equal again, and then the next time I'm actually gonna win.
Understood, Merru. Your challenge is accepted.
But I'm not gonna put in a little thing that says I can't come back down here, because that is a little stupid now. If we're considering ourselves friends, that would be stupid for me to not come and visit, I guess.
Oh, yes, of course Manager Prior did not refer to me as the kindest man. I believe it was the kindest person.
Well, he's told me a lot of things that are great that I'm sure he hasn't said to you. Listen, neither of us should feel good because he's repeating the same stuff for you to me.
I suppose Manager Prior has his own way of communication, I have come to find.
I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna find a time. I don't know when. I'm gonna talk to him. I hope he's counting down his days. Anyway. I'm better than that. I gotta learn to be better than that.
I was going to say, Merru, and Ange's expression, she does immediately close her eyes, and she says, that contract of yours, I have noted your ego upgrade. Merru, your current stats on your tests do mark you as being able to handle such a thing. You currently do have a ranking of 5 in calmness which is prudence, and a ranking of 5 in focus, which is justice. However, you have a peculiar and particular bond with this certain abnormality. I am relieved you have already reached out to Team Captain Kit, but do be aware that jumping from Hay and Va to Aleph is quite a leap, even if your upgraded stats are there.
Yeah, no, I know. I will make sure to monitor myself and have other people monitor me too. Before, I know I was very I don't know the word. Bad, I guess is the best word I can think of, at wearing my ego for certain amounts of time. I would wear it a lot. I will try my best to not do that for a while. Because I know it's gonna cause bad stuff. I will keep a close eye on myself. So, if anything happens where I am struggling to handle this, then I will comply. I will listen to what I'm supposed to do. I won't be difficult.
Good. And Ange just nods her head. She seems satisfied with that answer.
I think Merru, he'll take a glance around the place, and he's like, well, I probably should get back to work. But and he pauses for a second before he thinks, and he goes, Ange.
Yes, Merru?
I want to see the kind of person that you'll become. So, helping you is the right thing to do. So, whatever I can do in whatever time that I have left, I will do it.
Ange fully opens her eyes, Merru, and a smile appears on her face. Not the neutral smile, not the plastered fake smile, but a small, genuine one as she says, "Thank you, Manager Merru.
Merru.
And she does let out a soft laugh as she says, "Thank you, Merru. I am relieved to know there is someone besides Pryor I can trust to carry out that promise. I appreciate the fact you are willing to help me. I have already assimilated this golden bough into the facility itself."
Well, and we're just gonna get more bows. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do it the best. I probably should get on everything I gotta do so I can make sure that I do a good job when I go back out and get more bows wherever we are able to go to get them. Ange.
I am sure you will, Merru. Thank you. I will begin charting for the next location that I can find.
Well, I will let you get on that. And Merru will go back down to the main platform of this place. And before he leaves, he'll turn back around and he'll go, and if you ever did want to, or need to, or want to, I guess, contact me for anything. I usually have my tablet on me. I will pick up. So, I'll try to come back down. Maybe I'll show you when I figure out how to change the lights on my horns and stuff, because it changes now. I'll figure that out and I can, like, show you or something.
I would very much like to observe that, Manager Merru. The same goes from me to you. Please do not hesitate to contact me when you are in a safe position to do so. That would not risk endangering the facility. And I will be sure to reach out to you if need be. This area is always open to you if you so desire to come visit.
I will. So, I'm gonna leave now, but I'll come back in the future.
Thank you, Merru, for assuring me that you will.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, Ange.
Farewell, Merru.
And Merru will leave.
Absolutely. Merru, you see her form flicker, and she does give you a small wave, the smallest of them, before she whirls around and immediately blinks out of existence for a moment. And you can take the elevator back up.
He will do so.
Absolutely. And as you do, I believe there was another order of business that you wanted to address. But before...
Yeah, not right now. I think Merru needs some time.
Absolutely.
After this.
Before you do, there's a certain someone I remember said they sent off a text message. And so I will ask, is there anything you all would like to do after Merru finishes up his conversation with Ange before I get to this certain someone?
If it doesn't seem like it, I can take it away.
Absolutely.
Alrighty. Prior has been checking his communication device frequently. And the truth is, Prior needs to speak to his son. For a few reasons. To check in, to make sure he's still there, to hear his voice. And also because he does not have his daughter's number, and he needs to speak to her as well. If everything has progressed according to his plan, they should be together right now. So he steps down out of his office and towards the halls of the training team, heading down to where he instructed the clerks earlier to begin their construction on the new area.
That you do. What's special about this area, Prior?
Oh, nothing that much. It's a new renovation. You know, Prior's instructed that they've had to do a lot of changes to the facility, to its form, to its defenses. You know, they can't move the abnormalities around, but they'll need new rooms, new fortifications, especially if they're going to be living in here, and especially if danger might eventually find its way to the facility. They've been going on for weeks, really. No one sees it as unusual for Prior to go and step in hands-on. Ange has been informed of everything. She doesn't mind that we're still working on getting the electronics rewired. She doesn't mind that temporarily there are certain parts of the training team she can't see or hear into. That's where Prior's heading.
Absolutely. Prior, you can make your call. Would you like to?
Prior takes out his communication device, goes to the network that he has established between him and Berg, outside of Ange's prying influence, and makes his call.
You make your call, Prior. And you hear music blast through speakers on the other side as Berg picks up. But it's not the sound of a party, but the chaotic melee of a combat. You hear familiar mermaid howls pierce through the speaker of your son's phone, silenced by the sound of breaking bones and squelching sounds of something being knocked off a vessel. Dad! I've been waiting for you to... shit! 1 second. Hold on. I'll just... And I get to show off a new little thing to all of you. As Berg uses Clear the Deck, the sound almost blows the tiny speaker in your ear out, like the wind is struggling to catch up with the space left behind. As your son executes a move you've only heard conceived of by your daughter's wildest plans on what to turn your son's body into, a weapon, perfected. The sound he makes is strained, choking, like flesh bubbling as metal overheats underneath his skin. Yet he sucks in his breath alongside any tears that might be forming. Strength, after all, requires suffering. You taught him that. The strong get to live to suffer. Still getting used to all this new stuff she installed. I knew after what Merru said, I understood that I was too weak for him. I must have been too weak for you too. I was always so afraid of all this stuff. I trust Percy, Dad. She's smart, but she's also honest about what all this metal might do to me if it backfires, if it fails, and what it feels like to carry around all the time. But I'm not going to be scared. Not if it helps. I need to pay you all back. I can't be a leech. I can't be a weakness. I can't expect others to come back for me when they leave me behind for good reason.
Berg, Berg. Oh, my son, I know it must hurt. All of it, but all I've ever wanted you to be is to be safe. I was so bad at expressing that. I've seen too much of your pain, Berg. I realized I hate to see you suffering. But now I know for sure it's worth it more than anything, because I just need you to live.
You can hear heavy breathing on the other side of the device before Berg speaks and says, "Not much can kill me now, I think. You don't have to leave me because of that, Dad. I fixed it. I fixed myself."
Do you have thermal plating?
Uh-huh.
To resist extreme colds, blizzards, freezing temperatures. I don't know if that was in my initial plans, but I've realized that it is a weakness of my initial designs for the tool of the web augmentation procedures. Did Percy...
No. I wasn't planning on being up north, but I can add it to the list.
Prior feels a weight in his arms. It is a cold and limp weight. Dead eyes never to look at him again. And nothing will make him feel that weak again. He sucks in his breath. I would like that. Some fates, no matter how unlikely, must be avoided no matter what it costs.
There is silence on the other end for a moment before you hear Berg's voice, surprisingly soft compared to his usually loud tone. "Are you proud?"
What? Huh?
Did I do it? Dad? Did I?
No, of course, my son. You have. I'm so proud of you. You've come so far. Oh, my son, you have done everything for me. It's not my story to tell. I've come to understand. Some choices cannot be allowed to be made by others. We have to protect each other. And sometimes we have to protect each other from ourselves, from each other, from the choices we'd make without thinking them through, from the choices we've made in the past that will haunt us. We have to protect what matters before it goes to a place it can never return from.
Then tell Percy to turn around.
Prior literally freezes. He just manages a... What?
Dad, I know where we're going. I don't know what's down there, but I know you chose that spot so you'd never be tempted to go back. You buried it there so you could never bring yourself to pull it back. You were trying to stop yourself from making a mistake, I think. Sending us there. Don't you think you had a reason you did it?
Prior doesn't speak at all. Prior looks at the wall with an intensity that would burrow through the metal. and he considers punching it if it wouldn't break every single bone in his hand. Just put your sister on. Son, I love you. I think had you said that a day ago, I would have agreed, but you've always trusted me, and you're gonna have to trust me that this is for the best. It's all for you. All of it is for you. It's always been for you.
He doesn't reply.
Son?
Daughter, actually. Smile.
Forgive me, Percy. He handed the phone over faster than I expected. Are you two...
You can hear Percy on the other end. I imagine you can picture her perfectly in your mind. Berg has driven off the mermaids. Securing the still loyal children of the web from Mary was not easy, nor was acquiring this vessel. But she is none the wiser, and their lips are sealed. I will succeed. Though I wonder if this is a success or a failure, Lord Godfather. Tell me, if I sink something so it can never be recovered, and then successfully recover it, have I outwitted my past self, or simply proven my incompetence? Curious, rubs Shin, giggles.
Oh, my daughter, if you had truly meant for it to be unrecoverable, it would have been, wouldn't it? We both know why I asked you to bring it out to that place and put it away.
Because Mary would have destroyed it. I would have left the option open, later to tempt you to bring it back. Because I know you, Lord Godfather. When it comes to closing doors, you always leave one foot in the door. A chance to go back, no matter how hard you turn away.
Oh. Thank you, my lovely daughter, for praising my foresight and planning.
Giggles. That was not a compliment, Lord Godfather. It is, in fact, one of the most reprehensible things about you. It's what makes you so fascinating.
Your honesty is why you're my most trusted advisor.
Wrong. Smiles. It's the fact I see you as an ant under my magnifying glass. I want to see what you do next, Lord Godfather. Even when it hurts you. Giggles.
The devil you know.
And Percy, you can hear her on the other end, finishing your sentence. The knife you see in front of you hurts less than the one from behind.
Your wisdom has always been beyond your years, daughter.
As is. Still now your willingness to go on. It's why I am so happy to be your daughter. Miles.
I don't need to know when you arrive. Only when you successfully dredge the vault. Have Berg send in the next shipment to the facility, mark it as, reinforced concrete. No, X Corp alloy beams. Address it to Chris. He'll know what to do with it to keep it away from prying eyes. I'm running out of time before it becomes suspicious. Just make sure it's addressed to Chris.
Understood. Ah, the Index Messenger has earned your trust enough to touch the vault. How fitting, Lord Godfather, that you have another follower.
Former. former messenger. He sees only one lord now to follow.
She hums before she says, smiles, and this is still all precautionary. Yes, you have no interest in using it.
Of course not, Percy. It's too dangerous. You know what's in that vault. It's just a contingency. It's a contingency for the facility, for if everything else fails. Neo is gone. So, I have no fear of anyone else gaining acquisition of its contents now, and I have nothing to fear from what's inside.
Well, it'll remain useless to you for a long time in its current form. I doubt you have the resources anymore to even fix it.
Very true. Very true, daughter. I suppose I'll just have to keep my eyes out and see which way the wind blows.
Only in an emergency.
As I always say.
Okay. Smiles. I'm hanging up on you. And she does.
Yep,
Do you leave Prior?
of course. Prior adjusts his Queen of Hatred gear, the Wa gear, and knows to linger in this room would be pointless. He also knows that this call was just to be sure. Prior still has options. For now, Merru needs him, and things are still well under control. He's not a fool. He has options. He's not cornered. There are better choices to be made. Choices he'd rather make. Choices Prior hopes other people still make that means that this won't be inevitable. Won't even be necessary. It's precautionary. Only a fool plans to win without hesitation. It's just a fallback. And it's not for him. It's for Merru. For Miix, for Kai, for Berg, for Ange, for everyone who doesn't count on him anymore because he's weak, but might one day need to. It's for everyone. It's for the city, really. In case they need to be saved. One day. But not today. And not tomorrow. For now, it's just planning.
Absolutely.
No one needs to know. And so he walks back into the training team department and walks back to his office.
Wonderful. You can do so, Prior. And now, Merru, I will ask you. Would you still like to make that call?
Hey. Give me a second. Okay.
Well, would you like to check up on your son?
Yeah, I think if possible, either probably that night, Merru would try to give Berg a call.
Absolutely. All of you can gain a point of sin from affinity. And Merru, that night, when you're in your room, which I should ask you to describe the condition of your room at the moment. But when you're in your room, you can absolutely give Berg a call.
Yeah. So like before, Meru's room is pretty messed up. He doesn't consider his room like a place that really means much of anything to him. I've said before that things are kind of toppled over and some stuff is broken, and he has like a little like spot that he's in the past like set up in the corner where he rests, because he was always worried that someone would somehow find a way into his room and like get him in his sleep, which is, it's just a leftover thing from his days living alone. And it's not that he thinks that like Ange would let that happen nowadays. Recently, I don't think he really thinks that, but it's still like it's just how his room is. He doesn't really like sleep in beds or anything like that, as noted by the fact that he sleeps in a tub in the RV. Maybe he'll try to sleep in the bed one day, but not right now. I think Merru will sit on the floor, and kind of just try to give Berg a call.
Absolutely. When you call, he picks up right away, and you can hear the blasting of the music. And you can hear Berg's voice as he says, Merru, Merru, I didn't expect to hear from you.
Yeah, and Merru has his video on, but he's not really like looking at Berg, because he's been thinking for a while after he had talked with Ange about how he would have this conversation in particular. And I think he just says, hey, do you have a moment to talk? I don't know if you're busy out somewhere. I just need to talk to you about something.
Yeah, and Merru, you do notice Berg sounds a little out of breath as he just goes, right, I just got back to the rest of the boys, back at the ship, and girls, and they thems, let me get to a quieter area, and, you can hear the music fading as he's clearly going towards an area that's not as noisy.
And Merru will wait for Berg to find the quieter place, and he chews his bottom lip a bit as he thinks on how to start this, because gosh, it is so hard to kind of just like suck it up and just like admit when he was wrong. And there are some things that weren't his fault, and he knows this, but there were some things that he did that he does not like that he did, and this conversation was one of them. He understands why he said what he said, but he doesn't like that he said it, and he didn't like it when he said it, which is how should have been a clue that he did something wrong. So I think to kind of just cut to the chase, Merru will stare down at his own hands, and he will just say, I fucked up. Berg,
Did something bad happen?
No.
Do you need me to come over and I don't know, beat up some bad guy?
No. Nothing happened. When I said I fucked up, I meant that I I never should have said the things to you that I said the last time we talked. I realized that I was doing the things that were done to me before when I was younger. But I thought when I did it, it was different. And I realized that it wasn't. And I am sorry. You just... And Merru frowns. And he says, you mean so much to me, buddy. You know, I've since I got to see you again, I've every time I've looked at you, and I always think of I think honestly of how I was when I was your age back then. You know, how I was acting and how I was treated when I was younger. And I guess I've always wanted you to get to live how I thought I deserved to live, and I failed at it before. So I guess what happened was that now that I had another chance, when I felt like something was going to happen that would stop you from being able to do that, I tried to change things, and I guess I thought that pushing you away was the way to do it. But it wasn't. And I know how it feels to have that happen, even if the person who did it cares about you. And I wish that I didn't... I wish that I didn't make you feel how I had felt, if that makes sense.
There is silence on the other end for a moment, Merru, and you are not looking at Berg, right?
No, he's not.
Absolutely. There is an extended silence before you hear Berg speak. So you still want me to be your son? I can call you Ma?
Yes, you can. I never didn't want that. I just thought that I was going to do something that was going to hurt you, so I tried to stop it from happening, and me trying to stop it from happening ended up hurting you. So I did the thing I didn't want to do, but in a different way, and I never wanted to do what I did, and I never should have done it.
It's okay. It's okay, Ma. I get it. A lot of people do things they don't mean to do. I know a lot of the others at the web have done them before, and I mean, I don't think you have to apologize. So don't worry. But if you are apologizing, I accept your apology. I just didn't want you to leave again.
No, buddy, I don't want to leave. I love you, buddy. I never want you to get hurt. I just want you to be happy, you know, and live happily. That's what I want, you know. I wanted to have that, and I want you to have that. But I want to be part of your life. I want to be there as much as I can.
I love you too, Ma. I want you to be in my life, and I am happy. I'm happy. I'm so happy because Dad's back in my life, and you're back in my life. And I mean, I guess I think her name was Miix. She seems pretty okay. I mean, I'm not too happy about Kai being back in my life, but I guess he could be there too if he makes you and Dad happy. And I promise I'm stronger now. I won't get hurt. I won't ever get hurt again. And I'll be stronger so you don't leave again.
It's not no, buddy, that's not what I meant. I don't care about that. I just want you to I just want you to be happy. That's all I want, bud. I just want you to be happy, and I just want to see you keep growing. That's all I want. I missed out on so much of it, you know? I looked for you. And I know when I first saw you again at the beginning of the year, I think it was, I know I wasn't the best. I was going through a lot, and I still am. But I'm trying to get better. And I am just so happy that I have another opportunity. That's it.
It's okay, Ma. And you can hear Berg take a deep breath on the other end, and then he speaks and he says, "It's okay. I tried to find you too. It's a lot happened back in that district, and then Dad found me, and I tried to get Dad to understand back then. I tried to get him to take me back to where you were, but I didn't know how to get back because, you know, Jackson wasn't around to lead me back, and by the time I did get back, no one was there once I was big enough to. And I don't blame you. I don't blame you for how you acted when we first met. I mean, it was, you know, it had been a really, really long time. I get I probably looked really different, especially with all the cool new tattoos and the chains, and, you know, because I'm really big and strong now, and I'm strong enough to not let anything bad happen. Because if I had been stronger back then, I could have prevented everything bad that happened.
Back then, buddy, you were basically a baby back then. And I think Merru, he will finally go and look at the screen. He'll just be like, you were little. That wasn't your job.
And Merru, when you look at the screen, for a moment you might see a glimpse of that little kid, your little buddy, you raised in the back streets, before you see the man before you. And Berg looks bigger than you remember. Has he gotten taller somehow? You know he has to be at least 18. There's no way he had another growth spurt. There's more tattoos than there were before, it looks like. There's more augments, it looks like, too.
I think as Merru's, you know, he's talking and he looks over at the screen, I think he stops like mid-sentence and his eyes widen and he goes, "What happened?"
Right! So Ma, Percy's been making me even stronger, okay?
What?
I can hit even harder now. I'll be able to tank more attacks. I can take any damage that would come at you. She's gonna put thermal upgrades on me, so I never freeze to death. You know, even though
live
U
in the
Corp's
South.
super warm. Well, Yeah, but like just in case, right?
What? No. You can't just be. And Merru, he'll like sit up straight and he goes, you can't just be adding random shit to your body. No. You can't just be doing that. That's so dangerous. And I think Merru, he goes a little bit like a, how do you want to call it, like mother hen mode. And he's like, you can't just be adding things. Who's adding this? Who is adding this to you? What did you say? Who's giving you things?
Percy? Oh
Percy.
shit, was I not supposed to reveal she's with us? Okay, don't tell anyone she's here. Technically, she's supposed to be under Mary's watch, but she's with...
I don't care about that. Does she have a license?
Berg sort of looks to the side. He's giving the same look he always gave whenever he was in trouble and couldn't quite look into your eyes as he says, she's qualified.
Qualified by whose standards?
Dad's?
Okay, and your father doesn't know shit about that, I'm sure.
Well,
that man. No, it's okay. No, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. I didn't say anything. You can't just be adding a bunch of things like that, buddy. I've been there. Like I'm sure, like when you saw me again, you could tell I had stuff on me. I got stuff on my face, stuff on my head. I got stuff all throughout my body.
yeah, I was really surprised actually.
Yeah, I did that because I thought I needed it. And you want to know what it did? It almost killed me.
Berg's face immediately falls at that.
I'm okay now. Like, I'm okay. But it was dangerous, and you want to know, I got it from, because the things I did, I rushed it, and the people I got all of this from, they were underqualified, I'm sure. That's why it was so cheap and all of that. That's a whole other story. But you can't just go adding everything. Buddy, I don't want you to get hurt. And I know you're thinking that's gonna help you not get hurt. I just...
But I got into a fight earlier and I barely got hurt.
Okay. I mean, that's good. But you said you're gonna add more things?
Just a couple more things.
Buddy, I don't think that's a good idea.
But
You gotta be careful.
I'll be careful. I mean, Percy knows what she's doing. Usually. Most of the time.
I'm gonna be honest. Not the greatest first impression I've had of her. Or second, or third, and now fourth.
Berg kinda, sheepishly sort of plays with the chains over his chest, and he just says, it'll be good, Ma. I promise. Like I said, this is all gonna make me stronger, so you don't need to worry about me anymore. And you don't need to go anywhere again.
Somehow I'm worrying about you even more. You gotta be... Listen, I know the voice of someone who's gonna do something no matter what someone else says. I'm just trying to tell you. Berg, you are my kid. I'm just saying this because I'm trying to look out for you. That's it.
His eyes, they're watering a little, and he instantly pulls the sunglasses down over them as he says, I know, Ma. I just don't want to let you down.
You can never let me down. You've never let me down once a day in your life. It's not gonna start now.
Thanks, Ma.
Listen, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. I understand that you are not a little kid anymore. And Merru says those words slowly, like he's telling himself that, and he goes, so all I can do is give you a recommendation. I just think you need to be careful and not just say yes to every little thing that's recommended to add to your body. It's a lot harder to get rid of something once it's added.
I will. I'll be careful.
Okay. And if you notice that anything that you maybe potentially choose to add to yourself. If you notice that there's anything that goes bad, you gotta let me know. Because if I find out from someone else, that's not gonna be good. Okay?
Don't worry, Ma. I'll be sure to let you know if anything goes wrong. But I can handle it. I can take it. Nothing's gone wrong yet. So.
You really are. And Merru, he just cuts himself off and just sighs, but he has a fond smile on his face because he said the same stuff when he was younger. And no matter what Vienna told him, like, he didn't listen. And he wishes that, like, Berg would listen, but, like, he also understands that it's probably, like, maybe Berg will listen at some point down the line, and he just has to hope that, you know, Berg is an adult now, somehow, that he will do the thing that is best. And all Merru can do is continue to try to give him the suggestions that he thinks is right. So I think he will just, after he sighs, he will just again say, I love you, buddy.
I love you too, Ma. Also, hold on. You got a new hat. And also Berg's peering a little bit closer and he says, wait. Oh my God. I love the new fit.
Thanks. Long story. But the hat's nice, isn't it? I figured I would try out new fashion, I guess.
He grins at you and gives you a thumbs up as he says, well, I like the new fashion. And the new glowy, he kind of points to the top of his head, like where your horns would be.
Oh, yeah, that too. I've been telling people that I'm gonna try to make them glow different colors.
Wait. We gotta get you at a middle party. Can we make them a bunch of different colors? Are you trying to turn me into a disco ball or something? He looks a little embarrassed as he looks aside and sort of like, no, I just thought it would be really cool, that's all.
If you think it will be cool, I will try to turn myself into rave lights for you, if it would entertain.
His eyes light up at that, Merru, and he looks very excited.
I will do my best for you. Do you still like those noodles that I used to make you when you were little?
You can see his eyes somehow widen even more as they start to sparkle, and he says, Ma, I've missed your cooking so much.
Well, maybe I can try to remember the old recipe. Next time I see you, I'll make something good, okay?
Okay, make sure, Dad doesn't know you're making them, though, because I feel like he's gonna eat all my food.
Your father's not gonna touch a bit of my cooking for a little while right now, actually. And I hope I said that loud enough for him to hear me. I didn't, but...
Mad at Dad?
I'm always mad at your father. It's fine.
Oh, his face falls a little bit.
No, don't. We're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. And then he brightens again instantly, and he says, I won't worry. I understand. Complicated things happen between parents and stuff. Anyway, I'm just glad Dad won't steal my noodles.
He won't. Don't worry. I will not let that happen. I will... If he tries, I will just make you extra. If I have the means to make extra. It's still, I gotta be careful, but, if there's something you want, I will make it.
Thanks, Ma. And he just smiles at you, Merru.
Merru will smile back, and we'll kind of adjust, because sitting on the floor is... He's used to it, but it is a little uncomfortable at times. But he'll try to, adjust where he's sitting.
I should probably get back to the rest of the gang now, but I'm really happy you reached out to me again. I didn't think you wanted to see me ever again.
No, I did. Don't worry. and I hope that I can see you soon. I'm just glad you picked up.
Always. I'll always do my best to pick up. Anytime, Ma. No matter what I'm doing. I mean, unless, like, I'm literally incapacitated and cannot pick up the phone. Then there might be a bit of an issue. But even if I'm fighting, I'll still try to pick up.
Well, don't pick up if it's gonna make you get hurt. I don't need... Listen, You'll know if I really need to get in touch with you. If I'm just calling just to call, like, and if you're in the middle of, like, a fight or something, like, do not pick up the phone. Because then if you pick up the phone, like, that gives you, like, an opening. There's, like, an opening where they can hit you, right? Because you're focused on picking up the phone.
He nods and then he goes, wait, right. Okay, so I'll call you back after the fight then.
Yes. There you go.
He nods his head, and then he sort of, seems to be looking past you for a moment, Merru, as he says, Ma.
What's up?
The room behind you, I can't get a great look at it, but...
What about it?
Well, it doesn't look like it's in the best condition. Like, it's a little messy.
Yeah, it's a little rundown. Kind of forgot that you could see it.
Where are you right now, Ma?
I'm just staying, how do I put it? It's just a place that I stay in for work. You know, I guess you could call this it's just where I'm living right now. Because we have, you know, we travel, but we all have to go back somewhere, right? It's just where I stay for work. And this is my room.
Berg is silent for a moment and just staring at the blank room before he says, Ma, you can't be living in those conditions. Do you not have any posters or, I don't know,
No.
like, cool sculptures? Or, and he kind of, like, looks around, lowers his voice and says, plushies?
No, I don't have anything like that. No, I just have the necessities, I guess. And do you remember the old radio?
Misha's old radio?
Mm-hmm. I got it fixed up. Well, I guess your father fixed it up for me. But yeah, I got that. I got some pictures. Actually, too. I'll have to send it to you. Unless that would be embarrassing for you.
He kind of blushes and then he once again whispers and says, I'd really like to see them. Just send them to me in private. I can't let, you know, the rest of them know.
I will not show off your baby pictures in front of what's his name, Brendan and your other.
Don't show Brendan and the rest of the crew any of those pictures.
I won't.
Okay.
I can't even. How would I even do that?
I don't know.
So it's fine. I'm not gonna do it. But no, I got these pictures from oh, you obviously you remember Jackson.
Yeah, you mentioned him before, and there's a conflicted look in Berg's eyes as he says, I remember Jackson. And Merru, actually, can you give me, you know Berg well and he's not very good at hiding things. Can you give me an intuition insight check?
That's not many dice.
Oh, give me one moment, as I believe that your insight should be due actually at 1. So you should have an additional dice for this.
Yes, Merru has gained some insight over this journey. It's still not many dice. Can I use my desperation here?
You may use your desperation, and you may you may use your sin here.
It's been so long. Oh my gosh. Wow, I've missed clicking that. Alright. Insight plus intuition?
Yep.
Alright. What's the challenge?
It's like a challenge free. Berg's not very good at hiding things. You know Berg. You can add 2 dice as well because of the personal connection here.
You said 2 dice?
Yep, 2 dice. Five successes. Merru, you see a couple of different emotions on Berg's face. The first one is a fondness. You do remember that Jackson was one of your pack who did all help raise Berg, even if Berg did have differing views on each of you. You also see a little bit of jealousy, and you do remember how Berg tended not to like when anyone, whether it be the other children, Jackson, Theo, Misha, whenever anyone tried to get your attention or took your attention off of him. So you can see that there's a little bit of apprehension there and a little bit of that childlike resentment. But you can also see surprise. Berg clearly wasn't expecting that name to be brought up again. As he says, I haven't heard anything about Jackson in a very long time. Does that name sound... I mean, I know why that name sounds familiar. And you can see Berg kind of furrowing his brows.
And Merru goes, well, it's a really long story. But he actually, I saw him again. He's a big name fixer now.
He's a big name fixer?
Yeah, like grade 1 Hana. What did he call himself? The Rising Star, the Hana Fixer Monthly February something. Wait, didn't I read that magazine? I don't know. He was like best and brightest, new gen fixer. He's like up there. So maybe you've heard the name around and just didn't put 2 and 2 together. I didn't know. So you can imagine how surprised I was.
Yeah, Berg's eyes sort of widen as he says, I think I've heard a name like that being thrown around with the Hana, but like, I don't really get into fixer business much. We just kind of keep to ourselves on our boat, and I mean, back at the web, you know Dad's feelings on fixers, so he's okay.
He's okay. More or less. Yeah. He's doing okay. He gave me these photos and some old videos. You're in some of them.
Berg
and
looks a little embarrassed at that, but nods.
Was happy to hear that you were okay.
Mm-mm.
Because he tried to find you too.
He did?
Mm-hmm. I'm sure he did. I mean, we all looked for you.
Merru, from your previous 5 successes, you can see there's a mix of relief and guilt on Berg's face as he says, I didn't expect that he would.
I cared about. I'm sure he still does. I mean, we didn't talk nearly as much as we could have, but he cared about you. Cares, I'm sure.
I guess I did care about him too.
I just wanted to tell you that he was okay. That's all.
No,
you don't have to like the guy. Fine, I know.
I don't dislike him. I just, he's a fixer. And Dad said a lot of bad things about fixers, so...
Well, what if I was a fixer?
Well, that's different, cause it's you.
Okay. Well, good to know I'm an exception.
Well, of course you are. And Berg just kind of crosses his arms at that and then says, anyways, I guess not all fixers are bad. I mean, that fixer we worked with against the thumb was pretty cool. Maybe. I really should reach out to him at some point. Then again, I don't really know if I can. You said he's grade 1 Hana?
Yeah, grade 1 Hana, I forget which section. But like up there. Like he's not section 1. He's 2 or 3, I think 2. Maybe don't reach out to him. I don't just because I don't know how that, not that he wouldn't want to see you like as a person, it's just a little awkward with you being kind of
just waves his hand, is like, yeah, I'm a big brother, he's a grade 1 Hana, probably not a good look for either of us to be talking to the other.
Maybe after hours.
We have after hours?
I don't know. I don't know how the Hana works. I never worked for them.
Well, I guess you can tell him I'm glad he's alive.
I will let him know. I probably should get going though. I know it's getting late and I know you're probably got stuff to do.
Right! I gotta go back and join the party!
Yeah. Don't be careful when you go. Do not be going and getting yourself blackout drunk or whatever and taking whatever it is that you take. Because I heard some things at that one birthday party. Be responsible.
I'll be responsible. He nods his head.
Okay. Good.
Oh, also I have to be responsible because if I get blackout drunk, Percy may do things to me. Not bad things. She just might, I don't know, she likes doing experiments. And I'd rather be aware of what experiments
she does experiments on you when you're unconscious?
Berg just kind of shuffles nervously and says, I mean, she used to.
What do you mean she used to?
Like
when used to?
Don't worry about it, Ma. The music's getting very...
You can't just say that and then not explain. What do you mean she used to?
Just that, she did a lot of experimental augmentations on me, and I don't fully know all of what, she's added or,
This is exactly what I was talking to you about before. She has no license. You cannot be letting her, and I'm letting you know Merru is going to just keep talking if Berg does not find some way to hang up.
Absolutely. Berg is weaving back to the party, and you can hear the music getting louder as he just goes, I promise it wasn't anything bad, Ma. Percy never did anything, the music's getting really, really loud, Ma. I should get going. I'll be safe. I love you.
And I imagine as when Berg hangs up the phone, Merru had been ranting. He does pause to say, I love you too, and then tries to go, but then the phone hangs up.
And Merru, you are in your room. You do get a text soon after, not much longer after, that just is from Berg, and it says, really, really, really sorry, Ma, and a bunch of sad emojis, and then it says, I promise I'll be sending some fun things soon, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, sunglasses emojis, fire emojis, thumbs up emojis.
Merru will smile at the message and send a little reply that says, stay safe, have fun, and sleep well, buddy. And Merru remembers all of the little Kit loves emoticons. And so Merru will remember the emoticons that Kit made and send Berg a little like heart emoticon thing.
You get a bunch of purple and black hearts back and a bunch of smiley faces and sunglass emojis back.
Merru doesn't reply to that. He will read the message fondly before closing his tablet. And I think if he has a moment to just kind of think, I think he does look around his room, and Berg is right, it is kind of a mess. If he's gonna be trying to do things differently, then maybe he needs to set himself up to be in have a place that he can go that is a bit nicer than just broken necessities. It's I think also as he's thinking about everything that he's done since he came back, I think he feels pretty good about it. It's still weird. Part of him still wishes that he had the pendant around his neck that he could look into and hope that he would find that one world where everything went right. But he knows Kai is right. And he knows that if he needs to, he can go see Kai, or he's a little annoyed at Pryor right now, but I guess Pryor or Miix, even Miix. He said that he'd be open to talking things out with her more. And there is this weirdness where when he was experiencing all of those worlds in the pendant, he only experienced a small period of time in each one of them, technically, but he was able to remember having like lived through an entire life over and over. And I think now that he's finally he's back, he's done everything that he needs to do, and he's finally just like taking all of that in, like truly, I think he does feel like exhaustion just from all of that. It sort of feels like so much time has gone by over and over because of all of that, when it really hasn't. It just feels like so much time has gone by, because it all just felt so real. But he knows for certain that where he is right now is real, and he is still a bit scared about what'll happen tomorrow or the day after or the day after that. But he does think that this is a good start. And he thinks that now he's hopefully putting down the foundations, I guess you could say, for being able to live a life that is worth remembering. And I think that's what matters the most to him. So he feels pretty good, actually.
Absolutely, Merru. And with this newfound feeling, I think now is the perfect time for an intermission. And managers, as this canto comes to a close, I believe we have a couple things left to address. you're able to clean up the control team department. It's never felt like much of a home to you, Merru. But now, filled with photos of your loved ones, and spruced up with the soft hum of the radio Misha repaired all that time ago, the glow of the string lights Berg provided, and plushies and other knickknacks sprawled about, it feels different, more comfortable, like home. Managers, you all were invited to Atelier Stella for a workshop with Jackson. You pile into the RV and head back to Atelier Stella. And there, you meet up with Tala first, who greets you. She compliments the new outfit, Merru, with a bright smile on her face, telling you how much she loves it and how wonderful the hat is. Jackson is the next to greet you all. And he's there, along with Abraham, Yorichi, Yomi, and John. It looks like Jackson was able to rope the director, the two Shi, who formerly had hunted you all down, and that sink fixer you all met back during the checkup into this plan of his. Abraham and Yorichi both don't look thrilled to be here, but Yomi puts up a minimal fuss, and John is pleased to see you all again. Jackson does remark on your new fit, Merru, and the rest express varying degrees of interest. John is more intrigued about the hat, but after the chatter is done, you all begin the training itself. The training is held back at that same gym Jackson brought you all to last time. And here, Merru, is where you begin your private session with him. Merru, you and Jackson have been training for some time now. You've been going back and forth, exchanging blows. It's clear that Jackson is in a different mode than he was with the other managers. He's not going easy on you per se, but he has something specific he's trying to teach you. He's not testing you, he is training you. Prior to your spar, he and you discussed Shin and Mong. And as the two of you go back and forth, he says to you, "And now, Merru, don't dodge this attack. I am going to hit you, and I am going to need you to focus." And as he moves forward, he is going to use his skill-free one on you. Merru, you have been told not to dodge. If this hits, it will deal a total of 13 aggravated black blunt damage to you. Now, of course, Jackson is pulling his punches, so it would not deal that vast of an amount, but he's coming at you with the intention of hitting you with everything.
All right.
L Corp ampules are at the ready. And you know what, actually? I will say, now that I think about it, you have L Corp ampules ready. This is a controlled environment. So no, Merru. Jackson will not be pulling his punches. He has been throughout the fight, on occasion. But you see this next attack that comes at you with Blind Obsession, and he is going full out. You are about to be hit by 13 aggravated black blood damage.
All right. Okay. So I think when that happens, of course Merru remembers seeing what Jackson was able to do to the others, but he can't focus on that right now. He was told to focus on this moment right now. And when Jackson comes for him, he stands his ground. He does not try to dodge. He does not try to do anything like that. I think there's actually a moment when he sees the Blind Obsession anchor come for him, when he remembers now that he was told a while ago by Dino that memories have power. He's been told this and he didn't really understand it before, but I think now that he's been training with Jackson, all of this stuff has happened. I think Merru's had a lot of time to really kind of sit with that and think about that. And in this moment, I think it kind of there's kind of a click almost where he realizes this is what Dino was talking about. And so Merru, he closes his eyes and he forces away all of, any potential worries about Jackson hurting him. He knows Jackson wouldn't put him in this position to genuinely, anything bad happen to him long term. He knows that. He clears his mind of everything else, everything that, happened recently, all of that. He's able to clear everything out until there's a sort of stillness in his head that he hasn't really been able to keep that for very long before. He thinks about the mindfulness mantras that him and Jackson practice since they were kids, just to kind of keep himself calm in general, but now it's coming back. And then after that happens, he allows one thing to become a focus in his mind. And he remembers how it felt to lose his sister. He thinks about Vienna and how strongly that affected him, how everything sort of, that pit in his gut that wouldn't go away. And he taps into that and he doesn't let it overwhelm him, but he lets himself sit with it and he accepts it. And he remembers it. And as that happens, he can feel this sense of protection and this sense of lightness not overtake him, but start to almost envelop him. And Merru will activate Shin.
Absolutely, Merru. As you are able to strengthen your body through what has been described as the power of the heart, as you let that memory of your sister fill your head, and as you remember what Dino said about how memories give you power, would you like to put your Shin in the chat for all to see?
Yes.
Merru, when you become injured, gain 1 stack of Shin. When you become strained, gain 1 stack of Shin. If you are injured and strained, gain 1 stack of Shin. You will gain +1 dice to all Desperation rolls. You may act at initiative count 10, if lower, when you activate your Shin. And when you take damage from any source that isn't aggravated, you may spend a point of sin, or affinity rather, to take 1 less damage for each stack of Shin. You have coming at you this 13 aggravated blunt damage. And you will be able to, it still hurts so much, given that this source is aggravated, but you at least are able to call upon it.
Yeah. It definitely does hurt a lot. And I think Merru is still sent, sort of sprawling to the ground. And, you know, he really is glad that he did not have to spar with Jackson before. He understands how the others were feeling now, because just 1 hit like that is really, really bad. But he did it. He did manifest Shin.
And
which is success in his book.
Jackson sees you go flying and runs over to you and goes, Merru, my dear Merru, you did it. Are you okay? Are you okay? And he goes immediately to hold out a hand to you.
Ow, fuck. I mean, I guess you're not grade 1 for nothing. Ow.
Here, I have a K Corp ampule right on hand, and he injects you with it, restoring you to full as he says, oh, Merru, you are absolutely incredible. I knew it would take you no time at all to master it. It may take some time for Mong, of course. It took me quite a while to build up to 3 rings, but I am sure we'll be able to get you there. We'll have to start with trying to get to 1. We'll keep practicing.
Yeah, no, I will, I'll keep practicing. And Merru, he gets up. That hurt real bad. But then, even despite the pain, he'll look up at Jackson and grin, and he goes, I fucking did it.
You did. You fucking did it, my dear Merru. And Jackson will immediately go to embrace you, tossing his ego to the side for a moment if you let him, but then he seems to realize at once your last conversation and kind of stops himself short. hesitating as if he's not sure whether or not he has...
Merru will hug him. Come on, Merru just did something cool.
He looks to the side, trying to hide his blush as he goes, That was remarkable, my dear Merru.
Yeah, no, and then I'm gonna get the rings, and it's gonna be really cool. I will get one. I don't know if I'll get 3, but I'll try to get one. And then
you will.
Oh, that's awesome. I gotta show the others. That's awesome.
You should. You absolutely should. Now, do note, it does take a lot of diligence. Even the physically weak can learn to wield this. However, the mental strain that comes from its usage can be demanding for many.
That's fine. I'm already trying to keep a close eye on how I'm doing mentally, so that's just another thing I gotta look out for. I can do that.
Good. You did it. You've done it. Jackson just kind of steps back for a moment and claps his hands together and smiles at you, Merru, and says, well, yes, I suppose we shouldn't push you too far. That should be enough for today.
Right. And it seemed like Merru almost like went to say that he could do more practice, but he stops himself and he goes, "No, I guess I should I should take a break. I should take it easy now. I made the breakthrough. I shouldn't push it."
Yes, we should take some time for celebrations. I can order us all some food. I mean, we could go somewhere fancier, but I admit I do have a preference for ham pang pang. And he sort of lowers his voice at that as if that's something co-conspiratorial.
Merru just blinks at him like he doesn't get why that's so secretive, and he goes, "Oh, I mean, I'm fine with whatever. I'll try my best to eat whatever you get."
Wonderful. Well, in that case then, I suppose we should head back unless you want to take a moment longer.
No, we can head back. I'm sure the others will want to hear that. I mean, the whole reason why we came out here to have this like little workshop thing was a success, so
yes it was. They should probably all be finished soon, I imagine. And you can see Jackson starting to get a little bit antsy almost as he says, I really don't think we should leave them all just talking to each other without us there.
Well, you got like, what's it called? Oh, what did they call it? FOMO? Is that what it's called?
No, I absolutely do not have FOMO. I am just a little bit concerned after certain rumors I heard from Tala regarding my dear director and a certain big brother within your party.
What the fuck? What is that? Yeah, we can go over. I don't know what
I believe we should.
What that means.
I don't know what it means either, but I think we should head back immediately.
Yeah, no, I don't know what kind of rumors are going around. Oh yeah, let's just go back.
And would you all, rather you both, given the rest of you I imagine have already finished your training, would you both like to head back?
Yeah.
Wonderful. And as you head back, the rest of you have probably already finished up your spars. I would say it's likely that prior, you probably got paired up with John, given your previous connection. Kai, they probably had you training with Yomi, I imagine, and Miix, you were under Yorichi, if that works for all of you managers.
Most definitely.
For surezies, yay.
Wonderful.
If we finish up the spar, of course, Prior is immediately being his normal self. Could I make a persuasion roll to try and charm our assembled guests with a good story from the past? Probably something where one of the fingers is the butt of the joke.
You know what? Absolutely. I will give you a presence. I would say persuasion. And
Absolutely.
even though you're middle, no, I won't let it. Actually, I'll give you a 1 die bonus. I will give you a 1 die bonus since you're surrounded by fixers. So if you are portraying the middle as the butt of the joke, they would take better to that.
Excellent. You know what? I'll spend a point of sanity. See if we can up this a little bit more. There we go.
A 7 success crit.
So Prior has a drink in one hand, his ego gear on his back, and he sort of gestures as he finishes up the story, and he just kind of goes with, anyway, after all of that, after everything, we get the Hawaiian shirts back, and I turned to him, and I said, I told you from the beginning, they're all extra smalls.
John is giggling. She has also begun drinking after your spar concluded. And she's like, oh, that does sound like classic syndicate behavior. Yomi is pouting a little bit and looking to the side, crossing his arms. And he's like, well, I didn't think the story was that good. Prior, with 7 successes, I'm not going to make you make an insight check. You can tell that Yomi was hanging on to every word. But Yomi's trying to refuse to make it seem like he was interested, even though everyone here can tell that the young she was hooked onto the story. Yorichi has pulled up her collar a little, and you can see the grin on the usually stoic she's face. And I will say, with 7 success crit, you have even caught the attention of Abraham. He's sort of just been standing at the back looking over all of you. But he does seem focused on your story as you're telling it.
Prior laughs it off and waves and goes, anyway, so we all know that guy didn't get to go on his pilgrimage. I'm telling you, fixers, assembled fixers, that the more time I've spent away from the middle, the more I've just realized how fundamentally flawed it all was. The grudges, the ordeals, the trials, everything, all those vengeances. And for what? All just to get to be one of 5 fingers, the butt of every joke at a party. Glad to be in better company nowadays.
And John just smiles and says, cheers to that.
Cheers to that. And Prior will drink without a smile on his face.
And I should ask managers, before Merru and Jackson arrive, is there anyone assembled here? Any of you would like to approach for a brief conversation?
I mean, Prior's going to try and monopolize a little time with Abraham if he can get away with it before everyone gets back.
Absolutely. If you're going to monopolize Abraham's time, Miix, Kai, is there anyone you two are looking to interact with?
I mean, they've been here for a while. I don't know if it's if there's much of an interaction to be had, but I do think Kai will turn to Tala to tell her that it's great seeing her again, and that the two of them hadn't really talked last time, but he does really appreciate her attention to detail when it comes to fashion. Not a lot of people that he's around take such good care of themselves as to maintain their dye jobs.
Tala is grinning, or smiling rather, when you come up to her, Kai, and she says, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I try to put a lot into my appearance, making sure I look good. Same with, any of the fixers who are under me. It's also so good to see you again, Kai."
Yeah, Kai smiles back, and while they might chat back and forth, I don't really have anything more to add to what their conversation entails.
No worries. Tala's probably, I imagine, just gushing over you because, Kai, you do have the beautiful passive. So I imagine she's kind of stolen you away for a moment, and she's saying, you must model for me sometime. I mean, if you're willing, of course. I have so many outfits I would just love to try out on you.
As long as you don't mind body scars, I mean, while I do think that, I don't mean to brag, but I do think that my figure suits most outfits. I should account for that fact. My skin is not as beautiful as it once was.
She claps her hands together and she says, "Oh, your figure absolutely does. And if you're self-conscious about the scars, I'm sure I have some makeup that can cover them up, but I think it gives you like a rugged, like, bad boy look. That kind of mixes with like the cutesy, like fluffy hair and the little ears. Like it's kind of like the cute boy who's got like a secret bad like rough side to him.
Got a dark past. It's all mysterious.
Yeah, like the dark, mysterious past. I think it suits you very well. I think there's a lot you can do there.
Thank you.
And all of you may gain a point of sin from affinity, as Tala will just continue to gush over you, Kai. She's not letting you go until you ask to disengage from her.
Fantastic. That's great. They're going to engage for a while.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh no, if you have more to add, please do.
Oh no, I was going to say it's okay. You don't have to. Kai and Tala's back and forth will go on for a while. Anyone else's interactions should take precedent now because they're just going to be talking about skincare and stuff like that from now on.
Absolutely. And as the two of them are talking, Miix, you feel a sudden presence beside you. But please.
Yeah.
What would you like to say first?
Perfect. Because I was going to have Miix and Yoruichi. Yeah. No, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Well, you don't have to seek out Yoruichi, Miix, as I imagine you might go to look for her and you suddenly feel something behind you and there is a hand on your shoulder. You were training with Yoruichi earlier, Miix, and you can hear her voice close to your ear as she says, "There is something very wrong with how you fight."
Miix pauses, and then she turns, and is she able to see Yoruichi now that she's made herself known to Miix?
Yes, you can see the woman next to you. She has her sword sheathed, and she is staring at you, unblinking. And she says, "The last time I observed you back during the checkup, you didn't move like you are now."
Miix takes a moment, and then she smiles. Not an overly polite smile. Not a half smile. If there was something that could be described as ever so genuine, then this would be it. As she simply says, "Well, Yoruichi, I hope I didn't offend you."
That frown is on her face, just as before. And she simply says, "It's not that your technique has changed, per se. It is more that something is off. Are you the same woman I encountered previously?"
I'm the same. If I had to explain myself, I'd say I just finally I was just able to predict a few of your moves, that's all. You are, and Miix raises her hands, by far vastly more skilled than I am. I truly hope I didn't offend.
You would be correct to say so. I am a grade-free fixer of the Shi Association. I would hope that I am more skilled than someone qualified to be a grade 9 fixer. Even if I am well aware, grade means little in the grand scheme of things when it comes to raw strength. And she looks you just up and down, Miix, as if searching for something. Then shakes her head and says, "I would recommend a different weapon."
You're not the first one to tell me that. And Miix sighs, thinking about what Merru told her about what Jackson said. And she once again nods and she bows and says, "Thank you for your guidance. And please tell Yomi that I said hello."
She just nods her head and then she's gone in a blink. But Miix, would you like to use your core to see Yoruichi when she tries to vanish right before your eyes?
Oh, sure.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
You can make me an intuition awareness roll with 10 dice.
All right. I'll need it too. What is the obstacle, difficulty, challenge?
The difficulty will be 8.
Damn. Oh my god. I really am going to need this. I am going to also use one of our sweet Shin to push. Oh my gosh. Well, she's not a member of the She for nothing. And grade 3 at that.
8
Not that it
success
matters.
crit. Miix. You can feel a hand on your shoulder. It's fleeting, brushing against it like a butterfly's wings. But you do see the moment where Yoriichi steps out of your vision and moves back past where Pryor's headed over to Abraham and goes behind Yomi. You see each one of her movements. And while anyone else in the room would simply see her vanish and then reappear behind Yomi, you witness it all, Miix.
I think the last thing we see from Miix before we move on is just her silhouette and then a slow spreading smile. And that's that.
Absolutely. And Pryor, you said you were going to monopolize Abraham's attention, right?
Yeah, Pryor, completely oblivious to everything, walks over and goes, Director Abraham.
Pryor, do you need something from me?
A moment of your time if you're willing to spare it.
I can spare that. A moment has passed, and he goes to turn.
Oh, come on, Abraham. Please.
What do you want?
Look, let's just say I'm going through a change. And I'm considering that previously I've made enemies where I would rather like to have been more aware of myself. I didn't want to leave us on the same note we last left out on, even though I think we came to an understanding of each other. I now understand that you were trying your best to protect the people beneath you in the only way you knew how.
I failed.
Which was...
You don't need to rub it in. I failed to protect anyone there. And he cuts you off, Pryor. He stares at you, and there is a hardened look in his eyes when he does.
I know what it's like. When the web fell, I also failed to protect any of my people. And let's just say I owe a grudge to the middle for what they did to my people. And they are as much family to me as the dirt under my heel. I think perhaps in the future there might be room for the things I know to be of value to you, Abraham. And I won't request much in return.
Abraham sighs. And then looks you, Pryor, and says, I am aware of the situation in District 23, even if it is not necessarily mine to handle. I would not be opposed to information, though this sudden... He kind of tilts his head for a moment at that before he shakes it and goes, no, I suppose this isn't so sudden coming from you, is it?
My loyalty was always to my empire. With it crumbled, consider me an opportunity.
To your empire? Or to your people?
Pryor's frown deepens and he goes, I've been accused of that many times in my life. An empire is a concept. It is an intangible thing. I cannot hold
an empire. I cannot drink from a kingdom. The web was its citizens, and with their death, so too did the web project end, and it ended in abject failure. I do, and I did, everything for them, for their happiness, so they would not have to suffer, so they would not know the cruelties of this city. And with their death, all that remains is to make sure that those who denied them that fate might one day meet their own.
Abraham's eyes do soften a little, just for a moment, before he straightens up and says, "It was not an accusation, it was a question. And it seems I've gotten my answer."
Don't contact him unless you absolutely need to, but I am going to give you my son's number. I'm sure you're well aware of who he is.
I am. It hasn't exactly been a well-kept secret.
It shouldn't have been. That was the point. Prior will hand over a slip of paper to Abraham.
Abraham pockets the slip with Berg's number on it.
I don't think you and I are enemies, Abraham. I think men like us in the city are rare, but not uncommon. People who take it upon ourselves to do the work no one else wants to do. It's easy for other people to jump around, swing their weapons, save the day. That's the part that everyone wants to be a part of. The bureaucracy, the paperwork, the crossing the T's, dotting the I's, keeping the powers that be away, maintaining secrets. That's the part no one else wants to do. I see the work you do, Abraham, and consider this my apology for not noticing that you were more akin to me than I thought. The work done with the pen fells more problems than the work done with the sword, though both are necessary to make something new.
Abraham is quiet. Prior. But he gives the slightest incline of his head and what you think might be a nod before he says, "Well, is there anything else you needed of me then?"
Nothing beyond letting you know that I think your subordinate Jackson has some strange ideas in his head about the two of us having gotten close, and I admit I may have perhaps incidentally have pushed him on it a little bit for my own amusement. I wanted to make it clear that I respect you as a professional and as a director of the Hana, and I am not spreading any unbecoming rumors of your behavior.
I am not surprised that my subordinate has gotten certain ideas into his head.
Good. He seems to be... I understand him a little better than I did. He's a good man, but I imagine he's quite the handful to keep in check, no?
Abraham just lets out a long, tired sigh. And Prior, I have a very, very important question to ask. How close are you standing to Abraham?
I mean, Prior's discussing something like private, like this, like he's literally exchanging information about a clandestine finger meeting to the Hana director. So he's like close enough that like no one's gonna see what he's doing.
Hello?
Fuck.
The door opens with the little jingle that always plays when one enters. And you all see Jackson enter, followed by Merru. And Jackson immediately runs over to the two of you and says, "Oh, Abe, and that former big brother, right? You know, Abe, I highly recommend not fraternizing with such folk." And he sort of starts pulling Abraham away with one arm wrapped around Abraham.
Pryor is not phased in the slightest. He's sure Abraham will explain to Jackson in time. So instead, he simply lifts a hand up to Abraham and says, "Director Abraham, thank you for the conversation."
Thank you as well.
I'm sorry for any trouble I caused. And with that, Pryor puts his hands in the pockets of Magical Girl, and he'll walk back over towards John.
And John smiles at you and waves, completely oblivious both to what has happened between Miix and Yorichi and what has happened between you, Abraham, Jackson, and Merru. Because Merru, I don't know if you have anything to say as you watch Jackson immediately run over and pull Abraham away from Pryor.
I think Merru just kind of like blinks a few times as he watches them walk away, and like it's weird because like it's not a bad thing that Jackson's walking away from him to go to Abraham. He doesn't mind it, but he's just kind of like, oh, okay.
Jackson does immediately turn around the moment Abraham separated from Pryor and says, my dear Merru, yes, is there anything you need? Anything I can get you?
No, I'm good. I'm just gonna tell everyone the news.
Yes, right! And Jackson just sort of claps his hands together and says, "Everyone, we have some exciting news."
And all the eyes on Merru does like make him pause for a second because he's not used to it, but then he'll look at everyone and he'll just go, oh, this is a lot weirder than I thought it'd be. I did it. I figured it out. I used Shin.
Oh, holy shit!
That's what I said. Well, not really, but like basically that's what I said.
Miix whistles.
I got smacked with that anchor. Oh, it was horrible.
Yes, I do apologize for that again.
No, it's fine.
And Yobi just kind of whispers, "Yeah, that anchor hurts like a bitch, doesn't it?" And then looks around and says, "Who said that? Who said that?"
Have you all gotten it? Oh, I'm not even gonna ask. I'm not gonna ask.
And Jackson is glaring daggers at Yomi from across the room.
Has anyone here not gotten hit by that anchor, actually? Show of hands.
John raises her hand.
I assume Tala must.
Tala also raises her hand. But she'll look around, she's like, "Sorry, what are we raising our hands for?"
Have you been hit by Jackson's anchor before?
Oh, yeah, I haven't. And everyone but Tala and John, I imagine it's a show of hands for who hasn't been hit, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, those are the only two raising their hands in this room.
Pryor turns and goes, "Abraham?"
It was a sparring match. The outcome is classified information by the Hana Association, only accessible by those of the director rank.
Pryor goes, "And that's why they call you the Rising Star, eh, Jackson?" And there's no malice in Pryor's voice. He's actually not attempting to dissuade or backhand. It's a genuine compliment.
Jackson, you know, he looks at you, and while at first there is that look of suspicion on his face, I do think he seems to realize he has high enough insight too, that this is a genuine one, and he says, well, I do have my station in the Hana for a reason after all.
Well, Merru, welcome to the club, and I propose a toast to Merru and his many accomplishments today, tomorrow, and every day that comes after.
And John lifts her cup and says, to Merru, and Jackson also immediately leapt on that too and is raising his at once to go, to Merru.
Merru's a little embarrassed, but like, he didn't need all that. He was just he didn't need all of that. I think he's kind of just like, okay, we don't have to.
It's too late because Yomi has noticed your discomfort and loudly proclaims to Merru with a shit-eating grin on his face.
Merru will glare at that brat.
Yorichi and Abraham don't say anything, but they both will copy the motion, and Tala just happily says, to Merru, and just kind of lifts her glass at once and like gets up on like one leg too. Like she's doing a cute little pose.
Yeah, to Merru.
Does Nick say anything?
Yes, yeah, of course.
And I think everyone takes their drink.
That they do. And I will ask, as you all are able to end drinking, chatting, and conversing with the fixers here, is there anything else or any other conversations any of you would like to have?
Yeah, actually, I think while all of that is happening, I think Merru kind of is looking at everyone, and can he actually like go over to Abraham quickly?
Absolutely. You can go over to Abraham. He sees you coming over. I'm just gonna move everyone else out of the way. And he'll nod and say, Merru, do you need something of me?
Well, I don't need something of you, Mr. Abraham.
And you need something from me.
I wanted to tell you something. And Merru gives a glance over to Jackson, you know, with whatever he's doing.
Jackson's probably, he's keeping a close eye on you and Abraham both. After all, the two of you have been taking up most of his attention tonight, but he is chatting, he is going around. He and Tala are occasionally talking, it looks like. John has run up to him and locked him into a conversation against his will. So, you have a moment without Jackson hovering over the two of you.
Okay, perfect. I think Merru will give Abraham a look and be like, I wanted to apologize for him. And he doesn't need to say Jackson's name, I think, for Abraham to know who he's talking about.
Abraham just nods his head and says, apology accepted. And not needed.
Well, fair enough. I guess the reason I was saying that is just because I know that he means well. And I know a lot of people tend to get the wrong impression of him because of how intense he gets, I guess. But if it's something you really don't mind, then I'm glad. When I talked to him a couple weeks ago, I was really worried that he wouldn't have anyone who he felt like he could trust, and that it was just me now. And I guess I just really wanted to say that I'm glad that it seems like he at least has you. He seems to care a lot.
Abraham can't quite look at you, Merru. He does turn. It's clear he's still listening, but he's kind of focused on the outfits in the window instead of focusing on you. And he simply goes, He is under my jurisdiction, after all, as director. So it is my responsibility to ensure that he is taken care of.
Well, I meant more as people, but that's fine too, I guess.
There has been much that has happened in your absence. Just as I won't ever be able to understand what might have transpired between you and him in your youth, there is much that he has not told you, if I had to wager a guess, about his time in the Hana.
There's a lot Jackson hasn't told me about anything. That's what I'm trying to say. I told him... to maybe stop doing that. That's all. I don't know. Just wanted to make sure that you weren't someone who was finding him to be a bother, that's all.
Abraham lets out a soft sigh, and if you're able to catch his eyes for a moment, Merru, in the reflection of the glass, which I will not make you roll for, I will say with your awareness, it's over free, you are able to catch it. There is a fond look in his eyes as he simply says, he is most certainly a bother, but he is one I would prefer to have in my section than elsewhere.
Well, I guess that's acceptable. And there's like, in Merru's own way, it's his own hint of like protectiveness over Jackson, but he accepts that answer.
Abraham seems to hesitate for a moment, as if weighing something back and forth in his mind, before he says, "You did not impress me very much when we first met."
Yeah, I know.
I imagine you do. He was the reason you scored as high as you did.
Huh? Oh, that was him?
Abraham does actually look at you, Merru. There's the slightest shock on his face that quickly morphs back into that neutral expression, and he says, yes, he was one of the judges then. He was barred from interacting with any of you directly after what he caused over in L Corp. But he was still trying to, shall we say, watch over you in his own way.
Oh. Huh. And Merru will stare at Jackson's back for a few seconds, and then he'll just nod a little bit and go, that makes sense now. You know, everything's kind of adding up about that night. Huh. Well, that certainly sounds like him.
I believed it to be a breach of the conduct expected of the Hana Association. And I still might. I suppose I will have to see what you accomplish going forward. But mastery of Shin is no easy thing for anyone weak of will.
Thank you. Merru's not sure if Abraham is trying to compliment him or if Merru's just gonna like, thank you.
Abraham does not say anything else, Merru. He just turns to look back at the glass, and you can see reflected in the glass is Jackson.
You know, Merru isn't sure why Jackson likes this guy so much, frankly, but maybe it's not that bad. Maybe. Acceptable. Merru will just nod and say, well, thank you for putting this together, Mr. Abraham. I will go now. And Merru will go to walk back towards where the other managers are.
Absolutely. Abraham does not say anything else. It's still, I imagine, difficult to fully get a read on him. But as you head back towards the other managers, I will ask. First, I will say, Jackson, you did note, Merru, with your awareness, the entire time you and Abraham were talking, Jackson kept nervously glancing over in between John's ramblings and tirade of fixer facts and questions, as if he was trying to gauge if the two of you were getting along. There was almost a hopeful look on his face.
Well, it wasn't bad.
Absolutely. And the rest of you managers, is there any final conversations any of you would like to have? I will let you all know now. You do not know the next time you will get to interact with anyone in this room, and you do not know the state that anyone in this room will be in the next time you see them.
Prior just goes around. I don't really feel he has anything relevant to say to everyone, but he will go around and, say his hellos or his goodbyes or his, comments. He does what Prior is in a suspiciously good and outgoing mood today, and he is taking advantage of that to patch over anything. I don't really have anything specific to say to anyone. Prior is just being his charismatic leadership 5, persuasion 5 self.
Absolutely. And to brush over that quickly then, Tala updates you on the latest gossip. It's really just a rehash of everything before. There's no big updates in any of the stories, except that, well, I think you can deduce for yourself based on Jackson's prior reaction. John is just happy to see you. She just catches you up on some things she's been doing. She helped a couple kids out. She saved a cat from a tree. She took down a couple bad guys and minor syndicates. She'll talk your ear off for a bit. Yomi, you seem to have won him over in his own way. He doesn't really have much to say to you, but after some time, he might warm up a little bit. And you get the impression, especially as you're talking to him, it seems like he actually really enjoyed getting to spar with Kai. He does keep gushing about how cool Kai's big ass sharp claw was before he seems to get embarrassed and then says, never mind, and just kind of looks away again. And Yoriichi is completely silent for the most part. You're able to get her to budge a little bit, but she seems to be trying to keep to herself for the most part during this gathering.
Notable. Prior is happy and reminding himself both of the conversation he had with Merru on mortality and the nature of life and his own plans. He's simply happy to be on relatively good terms with everyone in this room.
Absolutely. And I only didn't catch you up on Jackson and Abraham because I imagine you already talked to them.
He's staying away from them. He's staying away from them. He does not want. He rubs his neck whenever Jackson looks at him, and he just gives a nod. He's said his piece to them both.
Wonderful. Do the rest of you have any final things you would like to do then?
Not really. They were just kind of chilling, probably mostly with Kai. He probably is. I will say he's not mad at Prior, but I think this whole trip back, there have been a few glares sent Prior's way, but Merru isn't like mad at him. He's still talking to him. It's just Merru seems like Merru randomly gets mad at Prior all the time, so like it doesn't seem out of the ordinary.
Yep, Prior just gives Merru a thumbs up every time. He'll figure out what he did eventually.
Absolutely. Kai, Miix, any final thoughts or things from the two of you? We can start with you, Kai, if there's any final things that Kai says or does. Or if he just keeps talking to Tala instead, he can absolutely do so. I imagine she's sort of just fawning over him as before, and
Prior does come over at one point and interrupt them to whisper to Kai that Yomi is into his, quote, big-ass bear paw, but other than that, I think it seems that Kai's just content to gossip.
absolutely.
Yeah, Prior does go like, you've won over the younger Shi. I don't know what you showed off in there, but he definitely thinks that your weapon is doing its job.
Hey, my big ass bear paw?
Big ass bear paw.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And Kai, I suppose, is there anything else from you, or are you just gonna continue gossiping with Tala?
Oh, absolutely continue gossiping with Tala.
Wonderful. The two of you are able to continue your gossip. And that leads us to you, Miix. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Not really. Just ready to go back.
Absolutely. Miix, it does look like everyone here is sort of caught up in their conversations. You imagine it's going to be a little bit until people start filtering out, especially Prior, who has decided to talk to every single person in the room. So would you like to head out earlier than the rest of them and head back to the RV before anyone else? You're all saying your goodbyes, and you know that Lady Wolf should probably be prepared and gotten ready to go. So would you like to leave first?
Yeah.
Absolutely. As you head back to the RV, you're able to say your own goodbyes, of course, if there's anyone in particular you wanted to say goodbye to.
No worries.
Absolutely. I imagine you tell the rest of the managers that you will be, waiting for them all If there is anyone you wanted to say goodbye to, you could
No,
also...
no, absolutely not. I think Miix will just go to the RV.
All right. And Miix, as you head to the RV, there is a buzzing on your EuroDVA device.
See, now now it all makes sense. You're just evil, and see, the issue is I could just say no, but I think I should probably say yes.
Well, you can ignore the call if you'd like.
I don't trust that. This man, I have anxiety now. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Man, damn. I okay. I need to lock in. Oh god. Okay. Miix will grab her device. Is there like a I don't know if these devices have any kind of caller ID or anything. If they don't, or if they do, if they do, is there like any like maybe it's someone I know? Is it Ange or?
They do have a caller ID. However, the number calling you does not have a name or a title. It is just a string of numbers.
Okay. Okay. I mean, at least it's not like Captain Love or something. Okay. Miix will take the call. And yeah, she'll pick up the phone.
Absolutely. You hear a voice on the other end. A voice you, Miix, don't know. It's been a long time, Leonis.
Miix takes a moment. A long time?
Have you found what you're looking for yet?
I don't know.
Then come to the ball being held in U Corp's nest. You'll be sent the date and coordinates. There's something you should see.
Why?
Should you come? Because right now, even though you're talking to a total stranger, you're not the least bit surprised, are you? That's why.
All right. I'll come.
Until then, my friend.
Miix hangs up.
Miix, as was told, you hear a little buzz, and if and when you decide to check it, you have a feeling those are the aforementioned date and coordinates.
Miix looks at the message and then the other one appears. The other Miix looks over and says, "Don't do it. This isn't what we want." Our Miix doesn't look at the other Miix. She simply pockets the device and responds, "No. I have to do it." "Why? Ain't a damn reason for you to..." You said it yourself, didn't you? It's time. Time for me to do something. I'm moving forward. And the other Miix is left speechless. And as Miix heads toward another part of the RV, she stops and simply says, "It's time I stop running away." And walks away.
And that is where we will draw this canto to a close. Thank you all for joining us for Canto 10 for Merru's Canto. Thank you to my players who all did an incredible job